Party people in the place to be. Live from 58 Dream Street. We're James of the Games. Hello, folks. Here we are. Day 2 of Ultima VII. The Black Gate. I'm going to scramble here, so pardon me as I continue to adjust the camera. Right here, you're watching the magic happen. This is production. Okay. Whew. Hello, Thedev. Happy Sunday to you as well. Cedric, glad to have you here. It is quite a black gate, right? You look at the cover. You look at that box for Ultima VII, the Black Gate. You can't even see the hinges. Just pure black. Just all, oh dear. Can't even make this joke without all zeros in the hex key for the palette of that gate. It's extremely black. Okay, here we are. Right. Gotta actually get my thing open, get ready. We got started last week. This weekend has just been running around. So bear with me. A few more moments. Okay, got my screen ready. I think I might just raise my desk up to improve my eye line. Bring the camera back down. Hopefully oh, right. I'm going to be mostly playing with the mouse, so I should be okay. If I start to develop carpal tunnel syndrome, maybe we'll deal with a bad eye line to the monitor in favor of me trying to type on or do things on a much higher desk than I should have. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hold on. No, wait. I was going to say, we have the technology to raise the chair. But that really defeats the purpose of raising the desk, huh? Okay. Oh, man. Me too, Cedric. Especially because this was just a long week period. We have a pending potential on this Wednesday labor action by our the union representing TAs, markers, and sessional instructors. And I'm down with the struggle, but it'll certainly be inconvenient for me if my gigantic university courses suddenly have no TAs or markers. We'll see how that goes. And I probably have a new job, an additional job. You know, like academics are supposed to do, which is working on a ton of different things, which is pretty exciting. But I won't talk about that too much until it's a real thing. Okay. That's enough ado, I think. Oh wait, no, I should prepare in advance for the fact that the volume of the game will be louder. Or should be loud, or shouldn't be as loud in the mix, I should say, as the volume of the Starting Soon song, which I'm not competing with. Orally, sonically, volume-wise. Okay. We got it up. Can we hear the birds? Alright. I'll guess right there for now. Sounds pretty good to me. Let me know if the mix is, has room for improvement. And here we are, Ultima VII. We can skip past this. Can we? Yes, we can. But suffice to say, for anyone who missed it last week, the Guardian appears, and despite his name, I get the sense that we'll actually be charged with guarding places and people from him. He might not be such a great guy. Oh no! Thedev, I forgot about that until this exact moment. So, we both take the L on that. We'll get it for next time. Here we are. Okay. Once again, immediately struck by the fact, and I know there were technological constraints on screen size and resolution, but we've made the view window take up the whole screen, and then we've zoomed in so that we're still very constricted north to south. But the east to west is going great. Which I imagine wouldn't be true at the time, because it's clearly in widescreen now. Anyway, at any rate, here we are. We are in Pause, the town between Trinsic and Britain. So we're heading north from Trinsic, where we arrived. It's been a horrible, horrible murder, ritualistic murder, along with a murder of opportunity of a probable witness. And so that's bad. We're on our way to Britain to follow up, but here in Pause, there's trouble too, because someone stole all the drugs from the local drug dealer. or so he claims. What we suspect is that he's lying. So, let me review what I know. Yeah, so Morphin, the small businessman, the tycoon, who among other things sells silver serpent venom, which is described, it's a recreational drug in the style of like in late 80s, early 90s, Just Say No gimmick. Vegetables are good, you say. Okay. So right now I'm just walking around. I'm trying to think. Looks like the sun might be setting, but it could also just be a cloud going overhead. I know that Morphin... Who's this? Excuse me, sir. Greetings, my lord, says Morphin. Yes, this is Morphin. But right now this is clearly not Morphin's house, I don't think. I think this is his workplace, his slaughterhouse. Hey, buddy. Buddy. I don't like this guy. Goodbye. He says good day to thee. So, the suspicion is that the storage room in the slaughterhouse is locked. Well, that's not suspicion. That seems to be fact. Morphin has the key in his house. I don't know where his house is. If I get that key by robbing the man's house virtuously, then perhaps we can break into his storage room and prove that he was never robbed in the first place. But yeah, this silver serpent venom is a drug. Hey, an antique seller. Oh, hello again, Beverly. I've already spoken to Beverly. Well, that's great. Bye, Beverly. Just came to say hi. Yeah, the silver serpent venom, it's one of those drugs where it's like, it's described in the lore as being real good from the first time you try it, but then robbing for a good cause. This is definitely a messy... I mean, Ultima V, to be fair, also had a very messy, morally messy... Oh yeah, hey Kamor. Bye-bye. Should be able to recognize Kamor because he's on crutches. Yeah, pretty morally messy Britannia is the sense that I get. And so then we have this organization, the Fellowship. Oh, excuse me, folks. Those are the Fellowship people. Jovial young man who gives me a friendly greeting. Look at him. He is jovial. What's your name, son? I'm Garrett, the son of Feridwin and Britta. Oh. Okay. Good. What do you do, son? I'm too young yet to learn a trade of my own yet. Too young to learn a trade of my own yet. But he assists his parents, running the shelter. He wants to be a counselor in the Fellowship one day, or a professional whistle panpipes player. This kid's parents were very proud of his facility on the whistle panpipes, which, you know what? They're involved with the Fellowship, which is kind of sketchy. This Fellowship, they sound good in the opening words of their pitch, but as we'll get into over time, they're also kind of suspicious, and they probably are the ritual murderers. But frankly, I don't know if I would have the strength as a parent to support my my kid learning the whistle panpipes. I'm gonna be, son, we're gonna get you a drum set, and you can practice that all hours of the night. But you're not playing the whistle panpipes. Okay. So yeah, tell me about your parents. Tell me about your dad. Helps poor people. Tries to recruit them, but most refuse. Oh yeah. What do you think of poor people? They reject the Fellowship because the triad of inner strength requires strength of character. And what does that mean to you, son? My father says the poor are weak of character, and that is why they are poor. They do not have to be. They are just too lazy to work. You see what I mean? But the Fellowship, once you scratch, because this triad of inner strength is all like, work hard and trust your brother and be a good person. But then you scratch the surface just a little and you get all these like unpleasant views. Does thou agree? No, kid. actually, I don't know if your parents have taught you about the Avatar, the person with literally the strongest character possible, but full enlightenment, all virtues. I'm just saying. So what's his recruiting pitch? So once the head recruiter in Britain until they moved him here. Yeah. Listen, kid. Your father sounds like a piece of shit. So what do you think of pause? You don't like it. People here are poor and the only one my own age is Tobias. Oh yeah, Tobias the farmer kid. And there's a thief here. Oh yeah. Is there though? Because I've heard. I don't understand how the Fellowship is so okay with the drug selling. Because, as we'll get into, one of the sketchy things about them is they're opposed to healers. They think that the only real treatment for pain, injury, and disease is strength of character and forbearance under suffering. But you want to shoot up some silver serpent venom, which will make you feel really good in the short term and then causes your skin to fall off? Go for it. And the guy who sells it's a good guy. He's an upstanding businessman. He must be a good person because he has money. What a world. But I like that, I really like how we do get this sense of like seediness and decadence and moral decay. Even, and like so far, I've just come from Trinsic up through pause. You know, the people of Britain do seem like they're in a bad way, which is part of BATLIN of Britain, the head of the Fellowship's pitch for his fellowship and his triad of inner strength, is that we need to reclaim our virtue. So I like that even though we're intrinsically suspicious of the Fellowship, and probably for good reason, nonetheless, you can, like, it's not outlandish that they're getting over that the Fellowship has become popular. Because they're providing easy answers, but to a real problem. So what's your problem with Tobias, kid? He and his mother reject the Fellowship. They are witless and stupid, and I do not like them. And yet you yourself play the panpipes and a whistle for him. Oh yeah. Good for you. Every night before he goes to sleep. So again, listen, Fairduin and Britta, if nothing else, they do have a whole lot of... they're showing the virtue of sacrifice. Beautifully. Alright, so what about your mom? She is as crummy as your dad? Oh, she is just my mother. She does whatever my father doth tell her to do. Oh, good. So your dad's raising you to disrespect your mother. And presumably through that, to disrespect women in general. Boy. Why is the Fellowship having recruiting trouble in Pause? Maybe the people of Pause can see through this shit. Maybe. Or maybe they're just all too high on silver serpent venom. Plenty of beds are available if thou wouldst like to stay in the shelter, he says with a condescending tone. Yeah, get bent, kid. You think that I can't afford to sleep in an inn? I'm the Avatar. This guy here, Elo, you ever heard the song Stones? The only song in all of Britain? Probably the one song that you play on the panpipes every single friggin' night before you go to bed. He wrote that. Every time you blow on those panpipes, it's a silver piece. From his publisher. Alright, anyway, what's your pitch, kid? Spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest levels of human potential and to share this philosophy freely with all people as long as they agree to your terms. It is true, there's a whole story. Eventually we'll dig into the manual more, because it gives us the backstory of BATLIN of Britain and stuff. And it's a really cool backstory. The whole manual is in BATLIN of Britain's voice. And so, much like the general idea of the Fellowship, it puts forward a friendly face, And then when you scratch the surface just a little, you're like, I don't know about this. This little sentence here at the end of this paragraph makes me a little uncomfortable. What is the philosophy, kid? Oh, good for you. The true philosopher knows a whole lot about just the specific philosophy that him and his parents believe in. I think this is a typo. I think this should say don't. Does that want to join? No, I don't, kid. It's so cool. Over time, not today, but in time, we'll get some exciting manual reading content going. Okay, what's this? Whose home am I rooting through? I guess I should throw down a save. Continuing with our mystery. Just in case I'm not where I think I am, or I do some kind of... Oh, no, I don't want to exit to DOS. I'm sorry. I just wanted to quit this particular window, dear game. Okay. Just rooting around for the key. Top, a hood. All right, never mind. Is there a drawer on this desk? What's going on here? Bale of wool. I don't think this is Morphin's house. Oh, could this be the farmer's? This is the farmer's house. I would like to meet these farmers. What are their names? Camille, Tobias, and Alina, maybe? Or maybe not? Well, anyway. Let's walk around this absolutely hideous wheat field. I mean, to be fair, this is a big wheat field for just two people and their kid to tend to. And also, nobody seems to be tending it. Any minute now, these companions of mine are going to start begging for food. I can tell it's coming. Can we climb over the fence? Double click? Nope. Like a Dark Souls character, the avatar is immediately stymied by any obstruction. Oh, here's an... Oh, see now here's a better looking farm. Maybe this is where the non-fellowship farmers are actually working. Hello? Is anybody in here? No. Huh. Have we reached... Have I accidentally walked all the way to Britain? Given that Rule Britannia has suddenly started playing. That's probably the case. Okay. Well, this is a mill. But do the grain farmers also work here? Obviously not. Okay, just gotta keep running around. Yeah. Once again, the view window is frustrating. I would like to be able to see more. And in seeing more, explore more efficiently. But that's okay. We'll keep going. We're gonna find Morphin's home. What does this sign say? It says sign. Double click. Arg. Oh, that just says pause. Okay. Yes, this is pause. Here's some sheep and a bull. That's Morphin's slaughterhouse. Good God. At least we're moving around really quick. I'll give that to the... Like, by and large, I don't necessarily prefer the all-mouse interface to the keyboard-based interface of the older games. What the hell is this? Is this a shrine? No. There's no shrine in Pause. Oh, it's just a mountain. Some lightning. When do we eat? Oh, God, you people. These, yeah, these characters need to eat a lot, and they need to be literally hand-fed. It's not the most heroic shit in the world. But, oh my goodness. Does nobody live anywhere? Shut this door a moment. While we search this chest. It's locked, of course. A scroll. Pants. Alright, just some racist hate literature. It's probably Morphin's place, huh? Yeah, I can understand why, you know, it seemed exciting when suddenly everybody had a mouse on their computer and you could actually expect that your players would have it. And then you could try to, you know, make the interface cool. Okay, there's the... Where do you live, Morphin? Oh, are you hungry? Are you all hungry? Harg. Alright, fine. Let's eat. We're having bad luck here finding the... At least I have lots of dried flounder. At least that part of the quest is going right. Lockpicks. Probably the racist hate literature is an indication that that's Morphin's house. So perhaps I do need to give lockpicking a try. I'm used to having Shimino do that for me. We haven't even got Shimino with us yet. Here, have some flounder. Here, kid, have some flounder. Now I'll have some flounder. Oh, Lord British. By which I mean Richard Garriott, not the character. What on earth did you think that was adding to the game? Okay. Let's, Uh-oh. It's nighttime now. Never mind. Let's go sleep and then get up and eat some more flounder. It does smell good, but... Oh, come on, folks. We're not going to light some torches here? Oh, goodness. Okay, what do you think of Morphin? I got the kind of the same impression. Is Morphin a racist against gargoyles? Because I'm trying to figure out which one of these is his house, and no one in your town, writes nobody writes their name on a sign outside their house. What about this Thurston? Oh yes, I've already done this. Yeah, her and Thurston are in love from afar. So hopefully she's not actually literally forgetting what I told her. Polly is getting a little older. What do you think of the thief? Okay. And your job? You're the owner and proprietor. May I have a room, please? But 5 gold. 3 gold. Yes. Here's the key. It only works once. Such a good system. Okay. Like, you know what's missing here in our developed economy of Britain, where we know the miller and we know where we know where everything comes from, but shouldn't there be a keymaster in like every town if your innkeepers are just using one-time use only keys? How does that even work? That's impressive technology. All right, we're into the room. Double click the bed, no luck. Shut the door behind us. Double click the bed. At this part, the avatar now just doesn't let his companion sleep, I guess. Okay, I'm going to sleep for 8. Oh, if only, Cedric. Let me show you this when I wake up. Because it's absurd. It's completely absurd how keys work in this game. I sleep. I awaken. And of course, we're friggin' hungry. Yes, let's continue the quest. We'll go outside and eat some flounder, boys. Also, there's just a stranger in our room. Oh no! Elo's trapped. There we go. Okay. So check this out. Are you ready, Cedric? The key is still here in my inventory. It apparently will never work again, but it's just there. And also, let's click on that key. It's just called key. Even room key or inn key would be less than helpful, given that there are many inns. Except that, of course, you're always going to just obtain the key to the inn. And on top of that, look at these two old keys that I've already used in the game. They're also just called key, and they all look exactly the same. Just madness. This part of inventory management is great now. I literally just dragged it from my inventory and dropped it on the map. That's good. There were some good ideas here. The execution could be more polished. But there are good ideas here. We must acknowledge that. Okay. Save again, and I'm going to go see if I can lockpick some racist person's chest. Yeah, to be honest, like, I've also heard the combat is terrible. I haven't fought a monster yet. I would say, you know, like, of the Ultima games I've played, Ultima 4 had okay combat, although, like, there was a lot of it and it took a long time. And Ultima 5 had pretty good combat, but there was a lot of it and it took a long time. And then Ultima 6 was a hearty step back in terms of at least how much I enjoyed the combat. And it did also take a very long time. Now apparently it's going to be action-based and really clumsy. Oh, when do we eat? God damn, folks. Well, we have 3 more. I'll need to buy more dried flounder before we all starve to death later today. Where's my money? Do I even have any money? Have I spent all my money? Oh, there it is. 3 coins. I can't buy food. Maybe Elo has some money. Yeah, it's all very friggin' tasty. Good lord. Okay. That's what I've heard many a time about this game. Oh, good. Elo's got a tiny bit of money. Oh, and he's got some food on him. We'll stay alive for now. All right. Shut the door. I have a fresh save. Let's see if this treasure chest belongs to a terrible racist who's also, you know, a bad guy for other reasons too. Pick broke. Okay. Pick broke. Okay. Pick broke. Okay. I can't just load my save. I have 18 for all these stats. I did not, Therev. I've heard of this exalt before. But enlighten me. Or re-enlighten me. Because I know someone's told me about it before. But it's slipping my mind. Okay. All my picks broke. That sucks. Elo. Oh. No, sorry, Elo. I didn't mean to talk to you. What? No, I don't want you to leave. I meant to say bye. Which is not what I would say if I was getting you to leave, I guess. Here we go. Elo has slightly higher dex. Does Elo have any lockpicks on him? No, he's got an abacus. Bolts for his crossbow. Okay. So I would like to load and try one more time with see if Elo, with his 1 higher dex, has any luck. I guess I need to quit to DOS to load? Or is there a short key for... Is there a quick key for restore? Let me pop the manual open. Or the reference card. Before I do anything drastic. Ultima VII, quick reference card. Boop, doop, doop, doop. Keyboard, walking and stuff. Okay, here we are. I don't know. There's a save load window, apparently. Well, it claimed there was. It said escape was the hotkey to open or close the save load menu. Oh, it closes if it's open. S will open it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was dumb of me. All right, here we go. Am I sure I want to load without saving first? Yes. Let's try this one more time. This seems like an odd house to be the home of the rich dude. Oh, good. I saved before feeding everybody, so we can go through this again. Avatar, ELO, small child, who we are very irresponsibly bringing along on the quest. Get ELO up. Here, buddy. Have some lockpicks. You can have all three. Is that going to change who uses it anyway? I'm not sure. Let's see. You know what? Hold on. No, cancel. Yeah, that's the plan, ELO. Thank you for that extremely condescending advice. Let's save. Yes, I'm sure. Thank you for checking. Now, ELO's up. Let's find it. Broke. 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 Great stuff. Okay. Let's keep looking around town. Be great if I could meet the good farmers that refuse to join the fellowship. But where are they? This is the shelter, right? Or is it? Who are you? Andrew. Yeah, this is the fellowship, isn't it? No, Andrew's the dairyman. Right. He's the one who gave me the tip on where Morphin's thing is. Now another thing. Why would Morphin's house be so small? Right, I knew that. So tell me about the thief. Yeah, what do you think of Morphin? Who was the previous owner? I suppose also, next time night falls, I could try my lockpicks. Okay. Thanks, kiddo. Or whoever you are. Andrew. Mr. Dairyman. Okay, come on. Where's Shimino when you need him? To be like, I hear something to the northwest. Alright. For whatever reason, we're just not finding farmers in the fields. Whatever the farmers get up to here It's opaque to me how it results in anything good happening in the fields. Okay. Keep looking. Here, of course, is the slaughterhouse. There's Morphin. So now would not be the time to be picking his lock. Can I just look in his window? No. That's a weird step back. Ultima V allowed you to look through windows. Alright. This is don't start talking about food already. My goodness, folks. We just ate. Yeah, nothing down here. Whoosh, look at us go. Alright, back into pause. Ah! Combat! Ah! Okay. Well, that's my first taste of combat. I think I might have the cycles up too high on the emulator. Yeah. Something maybe the thing that smelled good was the saliva of the ravenous alligator. Let's how about we do this, buddy? Let's continue our quest by going back to before I was killed by an alligator or crocodile. Let's slow this down a little and see. Can I go back? Can I get a second round? Ooh, oh, that's tempting. That's tempting. Okay. I will look into that for sure this week because, yeah, it's not too late to try something different. Anybody want to fight us? No. Aha. Awesome. That was fun. We get nothing, of course. It's just a crocodile. Doesn't have gold on it. Or even like crocodile steaks. Oh, could you people just not think about food for just like a couple minutes? Like, I agree that it smells nice, but my goodness. Alright. Walking around. Looking places. When night eventually falls, we'll try just breaking right into the storeroom. Although I'm skeptical that it's going to work. Whose house is this? This is, once again, the antique cellar. The expanded view window alone might be enough to tempt me into trying this Exalt. Hey, Mr. Miller. Thurston. Yeah, I've told you about Polly. What do you think of this thief? Yeah. Snake venom. Oh, Morphin's told me all sorts. Wait, maybe I'll have new dialogue options with Morphin. Probably not. But perhaps. Where's the slaughterhouse? Right here. So I'm kind of learning the layout of the town, bit by bit. Hey, Morphin. Mighty Morphin. What do you do here again? Yeah, you're a merchant, etc. Your slaughterhouse. It does have a smell, for sure. No, I don't want to buy meat. What do you think of paws? Tell me once more about the theft. All you've heard is that there has been a theft. Yes, I'm going to investigate. What's demand for silver serpent venom? Can you supply it? I mean, that seems like a responsible thing for the government to do, buddy. I know, small business owner isn't going to be fond of regulation. But yeah, listen to this. It's a reagent in small doses, enhances your physical strength, stamina, and quickness, and gives you some euphoria. Sounds good. And then, boom. Effects wear off, you feel quite drained, now you want to take it again, you're addicted immediately. Then prolonged use, in such a fashion, will bring about a condition that eventually deteriorates the skin, eventually causing it to rot away. And then, too great a dose or too great an accumulation of doses is deadly. Yeah, maybe it has some healing properties. Yeah. Any users in town? No. Okay. Well. I know I've spoken to all of these folks before, but maybe. Hey, any ideas on the thief? You know there's a thief. Great. Well, hopefully better for me than you. No offense. I mean, I would like you to have better fortune too. Okay. Oh, my head's held high. I'm the Avatar, buddy. You're not going to tell me to hold my head high. I'm constantly being told that I'm a great dude. And then this is the fellowship house. Ferdwin, I do wish to speak to you, not. Talk to his wife, Britta. Yeah, he had some stuff stolen. Yeah, of course you don't care about the venom, but it's just shocking. What do you think of serpent venom? You've never seen it. You don't know what it does, but it cannot possibly be good. Then shouldn't you have a problem with Morphin bringing it into town? Looks like rain. It does, it does. Who are you? Simple peasant woman. Her face is etched with sorrow. Hey, a new person. What's your name, dear? Alina. What do you do? I have none, my lord, save for being the mother of my child. She's waiting for her husband Weston to return from Britain. What's your child? Cassie is my daughter, just a wee babe. She is mine only joy. Oh, yeah, there's Cassie. I can see her right there. And how about your husband? He's in prison for stealing from the royal orchards. Stealing? He went to buy fruit. Okay, a likely story. Wrongfully accused. Yikes. You have nothing to eat? Very poor. Living in the fellowship shelters, you have nowhere else to go. How do you feel about the fellowship? There's a member of the fellowship that accused your husband, and now they want you to join them. That's messed up. What's the accusation again? Oh. Oh my. Oh. So what would you do if you joined them? Yeah, I wouldn't call it a betrayal so much as encouraging this scheme of theirs, the shakedown scheme. But that can still be a good reason not to go along with it. Oof. Well, I'm going to try. I'm heading up to Britain. I have some pull. I don't know if you've heard of the Avatar of all virtue. So I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can prevail on Lord British's compassion, one of the 8 virtues, in which I am enlightened. Yikes. So yeah, this shelter, huh? That's rough. Well, we have a saying. One of the most beloved clowns back where I come from has a saying. Good luck with all of that. A nervous man who constantly blinks. This guy does look like he'd blink a lot. He sees you, he looks like he's in a snit. Who art thou? Who art... me, buddy? It is none of thy concern, but just so you know, I am the Avatar, if you want to, like, put some respect on it. Thou art a most pathetic little worm. Really, all this Avatar nonsense is nothing more than a sad plea for attention. Do you quarrel, sir? Do you bite your thumb at me? Alright. Oh, Avatar, it is thee. Can I get an apology? Oh, yeah. Of course. If I wasn't me, I might claim to be me sometimes. So, who are you? Merrick. Oh yeah, I have an entry for you on my list. What do you do? I used to be a farmer here in Paws, and I suppose I work for the Fellowship. I live in their shelter. Huh. So you were a farmer. Was a farmer, of course. That was before the 7-year drought. Oh, right. This is the guy. There are 3 beggars in Paws, or were. Komar and Fen, who we see out there. And then Merrick was their buddy. But he sold out and joined the Fellowship. Reduced to paupers. How'd that go? For years, Komar, Fen and I lived off the rubbish of others, sleeping by the side of the road. Then I found the Fellowship. My life was changed for the better. I've tried to share my newfound fortune with my friends, but I fear they hate me for being more resourceful than they. Oh yeah, that's the problem here, buddy. They're just jealous that you figured out how to bow and scrape to the Fellowship, and they can't. You like it here in Paws? You shall never leave. Hey, I guess he likes it. So how's it? The Fellowship. Wonderful organization. It's open to all the people of Britannia. He's learned so much studying its philosophy. It's helped him live his life to the fullest. Especially because they give you free stuff. He can achieve what he sets out to do. Betraying his friends. He's a better person for having joined. I question that. So what makes their philosophy so great? The Sanguine Cognition. Way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life. To what is called the Triad of Inner Strength. The Triad is simply 3 basic principles that, when applied in unison, enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful in life. They are: strive for unity, trust thy brother, and worthiness precedes reward. Strive for unity basically means that the Fellowship has a lot of similarities to multi-level marketing schemes, including a common sales pitch that even the lowliest members can recite word for word. Man, I hate you and your Fellowship. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that out loud. That was rude of me. So if we're all the same, we should not hate or fear each other. Why can only Fellowship members stay in the shelter? Now that I've pointed out a logical flaw in your belief system, surely you'll reject it, right? Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I could. So, who do you like better, Komar or Fen? Komar once had one of the largest farms in all Britannia. He was born to wealthy parents. But he lost his farm, so he started sleeping on the road. One night a gang of bullies wanted to steal his gold. He had none, so they beat him until he was lame. He's a very bitter man. Tragic. That is tragic. I think he's kind of justified in feeling bitter about that. I try to, not dwell too much on the wrongs that have been done me. Especially, granted, I have a better life than Komar, but I think if somebody did beat me until I lost the use of my legs and had to walk around on crutches forever while living in the streets, I probably would harbor some feelings of bitterness towards them. Fen, though, what about him? Oh, he worked for Komar, one of his best friends, but then he just didn't have a job. That makes sense. Have you heard about this thief? Yeah, it's terrible. Thinks it's the kid. I need to find this kid. Okay, who's the brat? Thomas? Tobias, yeah. And the widow? Camille. And could you point at their house? Alright, great talking to you, buddy. Ah! No, it's shitty little Garrett. Yeah. Bad bye to you, kid. Because you suck. Yeah, that is a... What does the sign say, game? No, it's just a sign. Excuse me. Pleasant-looking young peasant woman. What's your name? Diane. Goodbye, Diane. I can't talk to you right now. I'm not trying to be in Britain. Okay. At least I have it confirmed now. Alright. And then there's farms. Why is it so hard to find the widow? Oh my god! Yes! Out here in the fields, fighting for her meals. Putting her back into her living. Alright. I can... Yeah. I bet I would have also had a much different moral perspective on these games when I was a kid. Yeah, although now that I think about it, also I bet people playing this as a kid for the first time are probably like blown away by the twist that the Fellowship is bad. Whereas for someone, you know, encountering the game for the first time as a world weary 37-year-old, I'm like, this fucking Fellowship sounds terrible. Okay. Yes, rule Britannia indeed. Okay. She's rubbing her hands covered with dirt and lines drawn by toil. My dreams have become reality. Thou art the Avatar, art thou not? I recognize thee immediately. Oh, any good person would. You're good folk. What's your name, love? Not that I don't already know that your name is Camille. My name is Camille, Avatar. It's an honor to meet thee. Do you know that I actually did recognize you as well, as soon as I saw you? So the honor is mine. Virtue of honor. Look at both of us. Experiencing honor. What do you do? She's a farmer. Go figure. She's a widow. I should be taking more notes. Just to, like, I feel like usually I don't take too many notes on things that don't seem obviously connected to, like, solving a quest. But maybe just even typing down, reminding myself that she's widowed is probably enough of a prompt to remember what's going on all around. So yeah. You like it here in Paz? It's hard here in Paz. Town of poor people with all the ills that poverty brings. Oh yeah. So you like the Fellowship? Yeah, that's the tricky thing, right? So few of us, except maybe the Shadow Lords, are ever just like purely good or evil. Oh, and me. Purely good. That, yeah. I love, like everywhere, like go to New Magentia and Ultima 5. Just like talking to the good people in Britain is always so, you're like, yeah, you get it. You got a good head on your shoulders, Camille. Because this is almost certainly true. It can't be the case that every person we meet who's in this Fellowship is just bad to the core. So, tell me more about the ills of poverty. Town is plagued by a thief. What do you know about the thief? Silver serpent was stolen. Silver serpent, venom, stolen. Yep. That's all anyone wants to talk about. Tell me about your son. He's basically a good boy. He works hard and he misses his father. Oh. Yeah. You don't want to talk about his father at all? Grows few crops, especially carrots and wheat. Could I have some free carrots? You wouldn't believe how much these people with me just eat and eat. I believe my carrots are especially tasty. Was that like to purchase some? Only 1 gold for 3. Yes. How many dost thou desire? 3. Me too. Suppose you sell wheat as well? Ho ho! Okay. We have a job. Yes, I can deliver the package. Take it to Thurston. He'll pay me for my trouble? What? Okay. Great. And a pleasant journey to you, Camille. It was great to meet you. Where are you, Tobias? Haha! A sulking lad who doesn't seem to want to look you in the eye. Buck up, son. Just what I need. Another avatar. He mumbles under his breath. Another avatar? Hold on, kid. Well, let's get to know each other. What's your name, son? I'm Tobias. I suppose I am. To believe thou art someone important. I suppose I am to believe thou art someone important. I am. I'm the friggin' avatar, kid. The most important guy. Not for, among other reasons, my great humility. Too young to have a job. Yeah. I'm sorry, kid. It's just how I always start conversations with people here. Helps his mother on the farm. Yeah. Tell me about your mother. Well, that is me. He is I, and I am him. As a great poet from where I come from once said. I have met her. I was just asking you what you thought of her. I know that I've met her. I just spoke to her. I'm standing like 3 feet away from her, kid. What do you think of the virtues? Showing my great humility by not just asking him what he thinks of me first. Okay. You went to the Shrine of Sacrifice. Yeah. It's not there anymore. That seems odd. That could be true. That could also be true. Ah, kid. What do you feel about the Fellowship? I hate the Fellowship. Smart kid. Smart kid. Virtue of perception. It's not one of the 8, but it's good. The only other person in town my own age is that Crichton Garrett. And it's all he ever talks about. Oh, this Garrett wiener. This little wiener. You and me, kid. I got a feeling we're going to be good friends. We don't need to talk to them. But hold on. They want your mother to join? Bloody Fellowship people know that everyone is never more than a meal away from being penniless. They say they want us to join immediately because the shelter is intended to help only Fellowship members. If we ever need to live there, they may have to turn us away in favor of other Fellowship members. Yeah, they're terrible people. Let's trash talk Garrett some more, though. His parents do not want him playing with you. Yeah. Oh, that little bastard. Technically not a bastard. As you know, he has 2 parents. Yep. That's fair. I'm not going to tell you that it's wrong to feel that way. So what do you think? Am I truly the Avatar? Look at me, dude. You see this red cape? This long blonde hair? My weathered visage? Yes, I'm the Avatar. Yeah, I am. You want to fight about it? Nice farm you got here. Yeah, your mother does grow grain and carrots. Yeah, I do. I was just asking you about the farm. I wasn't saying, is this a farm? I think you're a bit dim. Oh ho! Alarm going off. I gotta go. Put the spinach and the tomatoes and the broth and the sagaloo in the slow cooker. I'll be right back, gang. Hang tight. And we're back. Okay. Oh, is that what you think, Tobias? Thinking I'm a bit dim. Okay. What do you think of the shelter? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Like, you think I don't know what a farm is, kid? Like, surely you can't be serious. I said my name's Tobias, not Shirley. Run by the Fellowship. Oh, yeah. We've talked about the Fellowship. You hate them, right? You hate them. I hate them too. Sorry, we're going in a loop here. What do you think about this thief? It's a thief running free. He stole a silver serpent. Do you know that you're accused, kid? No one knows who he is. Alright. Bye-bye. Be on the way then, oh great and wise avatar. I know you're being sarcastic, kid, but I'm going to say thank you for being so kind. Complimentary. Alright, so now I have confirmed once and for all that this is their house. Good to know. There's that little shit Garrett. This is up the road here. Obviously, will take us to Britain. Yeah, we don't want to go to Britain yet. I think technically, pause while in lore and in fact, like, it's grown so much that it now connects directly to Britain without any like road travel in between. It's technically a fair bit smaller than it was back in the day. Hello, Thurston. I've got a delivery for you. Boom. He gets wheat. Makes sense. Yeah, she works hard. No problem. 10 gold. Thanks, pal. You have any thoughts on this thief again? Yeah. Everyone knows there's a thief. Nobody has any helpful insights into who it might be. Hey, now that I've talked to your jerk-ass friend. Now. And they also are just like, there's a thief. Nobody can see through the thief story. I guess that could be Morphin's house, despite how weirdly small it is, just on the basis of him refusing to expand and take his business to Britain. He's still living in a small house because it's more affordable. He's cheap and stuff. Who else is here? Who are you? Ah, of course, it's Beverly. Bye, Bev. Just the guest book. Really just waiting for... At this point, I just want Morphin to stop smelling the food. Stop smelling the food. I'm going to make all of you wear nose plugs all the time. At any rate, we're eating carrots today. Nothing but carrots. So hopefully they're very large. Very nutritious. Very delicious carrots. Okay. Don't want to spend too much more time on the mystery of the silver serpent venom. Especially given that improving my lockpicking skill might turn out to be essential to actually solving it. But let's Hail, Stimpinski! I'm still in pause. I finally, I think, met all of the people of pause. And now I'm waiting for night to fall. Oh, you could use a little food, could you? Of course you could. Alright. That's why we bought these carrots. Let's all have a carrot. Oh, and there are even bunches of carrots. Delicious. Here, kid. Yeah, what's up, Doc? Heh. Okay. Carrots for the whole team. Delicious. Yeah. Once Morphin gets out of the slaughterhouse, Ho ho! What did you find out about the shadow tentacle monster? Yeah, I'm over here doing Bugs Bunny, and they are definitely road meep meep. They're both perched. While I lower the carrots into their mouth. Oh, those gods. Making monsters. What a nutty thing to do. Oh, no. I thought maybe Morphin was going to lunch. I want to try to lockpick my way. Probably won't work. But we're going to try to pick our way into his storage room, and failing that, we're going to say, okay, this is something to do when either we've raised our dex stat or we found Shimino and he has a higher dex stat. And then there's just nothing to do really except wait. Is there a shortcut button? Probably not. For just like waiting. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. No luck. Okay. Let's I'm gonna use the Z hotkey. Let's compare everyone's stats. Oh, Spark! My boy. Okay. Let's give Spark a shot with his nimble little fingers of breaking into this locked chest in this house. Which we think might be Morphin's house on account of the racist literature in the drawer. Oh, wow! That's a big level up. 4 levels. Intriguing. So what happens when you... If there's only 4 levels, what are the attendant changes to your character for achieving one of these... one of the few levels there are? Did I just do this? Am I doing this over? Doesn't matter. It's done now. Okay. So, let's get Elo's inventory open to hand off the keys. Am I doing this right by assuming that I getcha. That's a good system. It's not great, but you get your point across. So it was good in every way that mattered. Okay, kid. You're in the hot seat. Get your tiny little fingers working. Bust open. This broken. 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 No luck. Okay. We're definitely gimmicking that. Is there a thing here where I can hit 3? No, that's just a movement key. Okay. I have a fairly expensive... I have the I can't even remember what it's called. I think it's the Microsoft Sculpt or something like that. Ergonomic keyboard, because I write, once the semester gets going, my typical email day is like 100 to 150 emails from students, and usually asking substantive questions that I then try to answer in well-articulated messages that I type extremely fast. So I've had more than one repetitive stress injury situation. But then I got the ergonomic keyboard. And once I got used to it, that and the fancy ergonomic mouse. Oh yeah. The struggle is real. Because it's not like I don't do office hours, obviously, but it's the engineering student schedule. You have news. Oh, development in the case. This is exciting. Here's a way in which Ultima VII pushes forward. Ooh, okay. Tell me all about what you're cooking when you come back. I'm making sagaloo down there on my slow cooker. Which, in fact, I should... Before we get this news, folks, this one will be a shorter break than the last one when I put the spinach in, but I should go stir it as it wilts. So hang tight with me here. I'll be right back. Okay, very good. I'm back too. What are you cooking, Stimpinski? Okay. Pelmeni. I know that I know what that... I've heard that name. What's Pelmeni? Okay, so your son's accusing the kid, Tobias. You went to investigate and you found it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And also, honest merchant, he's selling drugs. Ah! I was picturing dough pockets. And I guess it makes sense that it would be meat filling. I bet they're delicious. I'll never eat them. Just because I'm a vegetarian. Didn't sound like you did let him come in contact with your son. Yeah, I'll let me go have a talk with the boy. Yeah, okay. The plot thickens. Here's a new thing that I like here in Ultima VII, I mean. Aha. Oh, there's a lot of this going around. This seems like one of the key strategies of the Fellowship. Falsely accusing people of horrible crimes. Yeah, I like that, there's some dynamism to the world. Events proceed. Even Ultima VI, which is a pretty rich, developed world, nothing you do ever registers with anyone. You clear all the shrines, you go back to Lord British. He's not like, good job on the shrines, Avatar. But here we have an unfolding subplot. I don't think that he is a thief. And I don't believe that either, Camille. I am going to do what I can. Is your son any good at lockpicking? No, don't blame yourself, Camille. It cannot possibly be your fault that somebody framed your son. No amount of good mothering could stop that from happening. I agree. I will. That's what people keep telling me. So maybe he'll have that dialogue now. Where is the lad? Tobias. It's stuck on the fence there. Kid, here you are. There was just some rain. What are you on about? Kid, what dost I want? You get an explanation here? I agree that you're falsely accused. Who do you think might be falsely accusing you? Oh, you think Garrett did it? He planted it. Oh, that son of a bitch. Not surprised by that. Well, I do believe you. Kid. No, you know what? It is tough growing up without a father. I understand why he's cynical and distrustful. Also, you know, the town, all the upstanding moral folks in town are participating in framing him for drug theft. I do believe you're telling the truth. Any idea who the thief is? No, you're just still on your old dialogue here. Oh, kid. Your mother works so hard. It'd probably make her happy if you were a little, cheerier. Where's that little shit, Garrett? He's usually hanging around this area. Oh, there he is. Oh, you little prick. I'm shutting that door. Stay out of their house. Let's talk about Tobias. Yeah, I know you've said that 1,000 times. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, goodbye to you, too. Alright. Back to talk to Morphin. Maybe there is more to this than meets the eye. Like when I originally assumed that Morphin is just pretending to be a victim of theft. Perhaps he is a victim of theft. I don't actually believe that, though. Yeah, hey, buddy. So, yeah, you hear about this? Okay, alright. You're scoring points with me, Morphin. I am still going to try to break into your house and steal your key and prove that you've committed the crime here. A fraud. But I'm a little more hesitant about doing that now. Because I agree. I don't see why Tobias would have stole that venom. Yeah. Yeah, this Garrett does look like a little shit. I agree. Yeah. And he just sucks. Kid sucks. Is that a sign of Silver Snake venom usage? Just being a shitty little kid? He's just wailing on the panpipe whistle. Whistle panpipes. He's playing Wild Thing. What else do you think about this Garrett? Maybe I should. Oh, okay. Oh, man. I gotta apologize to you. I think. Maybe. Ah, you know what? No harm done. See no evil, speak no evil. Hear no evil. I know, it's not that order, is it? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Thank you for yet another key. I'm always looking to expand the amount of keys I'm carrying around. Did you try the key that he dropped on your own slaughterhouse storage room? Oh, thank goodness. A color-coded key. Try it here. No, okay. No, it's not so simple. But alright. Morphin scored big points with me here. Shouldn't have been so... you know what? Maybe he's still a bad guy. But maybe he's not. I mean, he is, you know... He does sell this deadly drug, but maybe he was telling the truth when he told me that he just sells it to the apothecary for proper usage in Britain. Yes, this is the key to a venom stash. I mean, it probably is. Quite literally true. Alright, where's the fellowship place? Oh, my lord. Virtue save us. Alright. Time to eat. Open your mouths. Let's see what we got. We got some bread. What's this? Oh, this is my avatar pendant, isn't it? My fellowship medallion. A fellowship medallion, not mine. What's the scroll I'm carrying around? Oh, yeah. Evidence in the murder case. Okay. Who wants bread? Delicious bread. Okay. That one checks out. It's intuitive for the poison. Alright. The Avatar will have some bread. And Elo can have some meat. Hopefully that's the last time they ever have to eat because we're out of food. Fingers crossed, right? Okay. Kaboom. We throw down a save. And and I gotta find my way to the shelter. It's not the shelter. Or is this the shelter? No, this is the dairyman's house. Is the shelter down the way? No. Is it up the way? Here I was getting all confident about my growing mental... Here we are! Never mind. My confidence is earned. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, hello. If you don't mind. Oh. Well, we know which chest belongs to the shitty little kid who doesn't fold his clothes and just throws his panpipe whistle on the floor. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just proving that your son's a piece of shit. Clearing Tobias's good name. And getting a good sense of the Fellowship's MO. Oh. What do we have here? We've got a mirror. We have a pair of pants. At least he put his pants away. They're not folded. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, honestly, I assume that we're back to more of like an Ultima 5 starving means your health starts going down just because that's more realistic than Ultima 6 is. If you're starving, you don't, like, your wounds don't close. Well, Waffle Syrup, hello! And wouldn't you know, I was a little over my skis in saying that I thought that Morphin was actually the thief. Or that he hadn't been robbed and he was lying. Check this out. First, the young boy Tobias, who I finally met. The good kid in this town, the orphan. I met him and his mother, Camille, the farmer. And after I talked to them, I came back through and I was informed by the Fellowship that they had found evidence that Tobias was the thief. He had the venom right there in his room. But Tobias insisted it was not him. And he said that he thought that Garrett, the little shit, the shitty kid of the Fellowship people, had planted it. Then I went and talked to Morphin, and Morphin was like, yeah, I don't think Tobias has been using silver serpent venom. He looks fine. But this little shit, Garrett, looks like a little drug-addicted shit. And he's like, and I found this weird key. And that weird key opened this chest, Garrett's chest, because here's a stupid panpipe whistle. And in there, look what we found. So we've blown this case wide open. Also, oh yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I do want to speak to you, Faradwin, about your shitty little kid. I found the venom. So you say. Well, maybe he is. You know what? I gotta remember what Camille said. She doesn't trust the Fellowship, but that doesn't mean that everyone in the Fellowship is a bad person. Maybe Faradwin is sorry. I should give him a chance. I'm the Avatar. It's the virtuous thing to do. Yeah, things are going well. We've blown this case wide open. And we'll be heading up to Britain soon, I bet, which is exciting. So that's all very productive. And also I did a whole bunch of stuff like in my life before I started the stream. So that was productive. How are you, waffle syrup? Yeah, you deal with that kid. Hopefully, in like, you don't have to like beat him or anything. Maybe take his panpipe whistle away. That might be the best punishment you could possibly inflict. All right. I won't be walking with your fellowship, sir, but I appreciate that you admitted the truth when confronted with it. Yeah, so the mother who's staying here with her kid, she's all stressed out 'cause she doesn't want to join the fellowship. Her husband went to Britain to buy fruit from the royal orchards and was, according to her, was falsely accused of stealing. And he's been imprisoned, and the fellowship is leaning on her to join, and they'll go clear his name. And she says a member of the fellowship is who accused him. So, falsely accusing people. Hey, Garrett. Hey, get the fuck out of their house. What is wrong with you? Yeah, pleasant day. Yeah. Let's have a talk. Thou hast found me out. Yes, it was I who planted the venom on Tobias. He did deserve it. Ho ho! Well, that's something too. You could be a military World War I era plague doctor. I already told your parents, kid. You little junkie. So why did you do this? Why? I mean, I guess I know why. And you don't want me to tell your parents? I got news about that. Yeah, I'm going to tell your parents. Oh, I'm weak of character. So you're going to apologize to Morphin at least? He doesn't meet my eyes. He's not telling the truth. He is using the venom. It's not just instinct. Morphin told me that this kid looks like he's on drugs. Kid, are you using venom? Okay. Eh? That's yeah. Long military trench coat will work for that. For sure. Trying to think how you could make your hair work for the character. Take a lot of mousse. Not that yeah, obviously we don't need to have the same hair as a character we're playing in a costume. I was just thinking, I was just laughing at the image. For the, we don't have to get into it. Waffle service has a lot of hair. Uh-huh. Maybe you need to, I noticed you have a mirror in your little chest. Maybe you need to take a good look at that. Realize some truth about yourself. You gonna apologize to Tobias? I don't think you know that. Kid, have you heard what happens if you keep using the silver serpent venom? You want to talk about bad ends? Anyway, I've had enough of you. Yeah. Just stay out of their house. Keeping these doors shut. Alright. Camille, you want to congratulate me for helping your kid out? Where are you, Camille? Where's Shimino when we need him? I hear something to the north. Alright, they're not working right now. Perhaps they're at the what's it called? Whatever the name of the inn is. We also got to talk to Morphin. Tell him we solved the case. Maybe he'll give us a reward. So we can keep on feeding the beast. The beast being, us. Our incredibly hungry selves. Hey, Morphin. You want this venom? Because I'm probably not going to shoot this. You're welcome. You should, for sure. It's a dangerous substance. It's soon going to be a regulated no reward. Alright. Yeah, good day to thee. Maybe Camille. I don't want a reward from Camille. Clearing her son's name was just the right thing to do. I'm doing great. Have you heard? Tobias is off the hook. You're welcome. Of course. That is literally, as you've probably heard the tales. I just love to get involved in random little things going on around town. I think I probably could have used it and got a temporary strength boost. But I don't know that I would have respected myself in the morning when it wore off. It'd be like, if you've ever seen the show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, there's an early season, I think season 2 episode called Dennis and Dee Go on Welfare or something like that. And the characters Dennis and Dee start doing crack. It goes bad for them really quickly. All right, great, goodbye. Hey, Tobias. Tobias. Hey. I feel like he respects me more already. Oh, I can't even tell him that I saved his bacon? Hey, no, okay, but he likes me. He likes me now. You're welcome, Tobias. And good luck to you, too. Honestly, you probably need it more than me. I'm a literal hero. Things have generally gone pretty well for me. Okay. Before we move on from pause, though, let's go back to the shelter. Not the dairyman, but the shelter. Right. Here's the shelter. And is this Alina or is this the boy's mother? Because I would like to gloat to her. No, it's Alina. Sorry, Alina. I'm gonna go try and save your husband next. If you have, you might have heard I've been saving the day around here. Well, the skin falling off bit is bad, and then the inevitable painful death that comes further down the line also doesn't seem great. Yes, greetings to thee, Britta. It's you here, but your shitty little kid. What are you going to do to your kid? Oh, yeah, of course. Yep. Wow. I wonder if this Britta was transported to our world in our time and had been an American citizen in the year of 2016. Who would she have voted for in that presidential election that year? The entire incident wouldn't have happened. That's fair, Thedev. We're all gonna die, but hopefully most of us can hold on to our skin up until the moment of death. And then after that, who needs it? Okay. But yeah, listen to me. Listen, Britta. And really, really they didn't even know how perspicacious they were being by naming this character Britta. But she is just the worst. Yeah, the entire incident wouldn't have happened because when I got here, the kid who was framed was cleared and the kid who was bad was caught and the mystery was solved. But all the bad parts of this incident would have still happened. All right, well, yeah, maybe you and your fellowship should think about walking with the Avatar. To Britain, baby. Yes, I'm sure. Back to the murder mystery. I guess I could have called this murder mystery. I'm following the fellowship in the sense of keeping tabs on them. Oh. They weren't kidding when they said that Paws had developed all the way up into Britain. Because here we are. Let's meet some British people. On our way to meeting our dear friend, Lord British, who is also a British person. Yeah. Seriously. Real urban sprawl going on here. Hey, Diane. Well, obviously I know your name. You're the only British person I've spoken to in 200 years. Earlier, when I realized, oh wait, I've wandered into Britain. We're not solving the Paws mystery anymore. Now, what do you do? She's the stable master. Let's write that down. She'd sell me a horse and carriage. Well, that sounds better than the old system of buying one horse for everybody. Yeah, that's what's gonna... we got homeless people in Paws. Although, I think it had more to do with a farm failure, but that's kind of inevitably what's gonna happen here. Paws is where the poor people live. But when people can't... or either can't afford a place in Britain, or, well, some combination, because, you know, the vacancy rate, they start refusing, you know, we can't be putting up a new house in my neighborhood that'll put my property values down. And then even the rich people are like, well, I'm just gonna buy a house in Paws, and then what are the people in Paws going to do? They'll have no choice but to join the fellowship. So yeah, you keep the stables clean. Oh yeah, personal horse breeder. Horse comes with a carriage. That's incredible. You like it here in Britain? Yeah, exactly. That it pushed further and further. Eventually it will have the salutary effect. Hopefully. Great minds, my friends. Eventually it will have one salutary effect, which is that, I think it's called Vesper. No, Vesper is a mining town where humans... There's a gargoyle town. The gargoyles are segregated right now. But eventually, the poor people of Britannia are going to just wind up moving to the gargoyle town. Because that's the only place where they can get a house. And then maybe we'll get some cultural understanding going on. Do you know... Oh, good. I was about to say, I hope you know people, so that you're not disconcerted. What kind of people do you know? Many friends. Greg, James. I have friends named Greg and James. And my friend Greg has a friend named James who's me. Although I also have 2 friends, both named James. I call them Big James, because he's a big guy. And I call the other one Medium James sometimes. I usually call him Jimmy. But I've jokingly called him Medium James, because he's just an ordinary size guy. And I'm kind of small. British! Hail! Stupinski, my belief, as I've been trying to work this through, is that I bet the gargoyles are more open to building more housing. They're an industrious people. I hope. Because, yeah, you're right. That's a bad scene. The gargoyles are like, well, better go back to the collapsing underworld. Okay, let me add these names to my list. Greg, James, sound like great guys. Brownie, and Mac. Wonder if I can convince Lauren and Rich to change their names to Brownie and Mac. So, yeah. Geez, tell me about them. Who's this Greg? Greg's a provisioner. He's just the person to see if I'm planning an expedition. He's just watching his the value of his portfolio soar. He invested in real estate at the ground level in Britain. Seems to be lucky. Ah, lucky Greg. James the innkeeper. He wanted a life of adventure. His family wanted him to run the inn after his father died, and he's been discontent ever since. Ah, a frustrated and unhappy person. Just like me. I can relate to this, James. Stuck here running this inn. Now, my father's alive. I'm not an innkeeper. Things are going well for me, actually. I'm pretty content. And he likes Cynthia, who works at the mint. Oh my goodness. Cynthia, minstress? I'm going to write down her job as minstress for now. And James is the frustrated innkeeper who loves not loves, we shouldn't go that far, but he fancies Cynthia. Question mark. Because maybe she doesn't. Maybe Diane's off base. I love learning about Diane's little group of friends here. Like, the Avatar has a vital murder mystery that threatens the very fabric of Britannia to solve here. And he knows that, separately, a man from Paz has been falsely accused and imprisoned here. But he just stops the first person he sees and he's like, how are you doing? And she's like, well, you know, pretty good. I've got my friends, Greg and James and Brownie and Mac. Well, tell me about this Greg. How about this James? Brownie, you say? He's a decent and honest man who would have made a much better mayor than Patterson, if that doesn't want mine opinion. Okay, well, excuse me then, while I add Patterson, the mayor, to the list. Listen, Cynthia, as I think you should probably know, it's tradition here in Britain to have the worst mayors. Just the dumbest idiots running every town. You know that Lord British, I hope he doesn't do this anymore, but he used to give the runes of virtue to these mayors. And you don't even want to know. He uses our horses to plow his fields in the spring. Epic League tool. Okay. Brownie is a farmer. He's out there in the fields fighting for his meals. Ran on the, the Farmer Laborer Party, the DFL. Any Wisconsinites out there? Am I getting that right? Is that Wisconsin even? I don't know. I know more about American politics than I probably need to or should. Or that I'd probably be happier if I knew less. But not positive that I have the DFL in the right spot. Maybe it's Minnesota. I don't know. One word of warning about Mac. Do not let him start talking about the sky. Other than that, he is perfectly fine, I can assure thee. You see what you've done here, though, Diane. I gotta know what the hell this guy is. Where's Mac? What can he tell me about the sky? This is a thing. I can tell I'm going to wind up taking a lot less notes about this game. A lot fewer notes, sorry. Locked. On account of the fact that... Actually, you know what? Let's go south to north here. So we'll go west and then east and check the whole road. Oh! Somebody is out in the backyard. Whoa! We got some kind of like farmer's market. Awesome. Excuse me. I do believe that is almost certainly true, Thedev. And again, why? Why did I do that to myself? Sturdy-looking farmer's wife. Hospitable smile before she gets back to her chores. Wait, my dear. Before you get back to your chores, what's your name? I'm called Kelly, my lord. Alright. Kelly, the farmer's wife. To some degree, she's clearly a farmer too. Perhaps she is less involved in production than in marketing and selling, but that's an important part of the whole process. What do? You run the farmer's market with your husband, Fred. That's awesome. What do you sell here at the farmer's market? It's where most of Britain buys its food. Friggin' hipsters. Even the people in Paws will come here to buy eggs and vegetables. Yeah. He's never raised the price of anything since opening this market many years ago. Are you doing okay? Like, it's noble to not, like, price gouge. But just, like, letting the prices go up with the natural rate of inflation seems entirely wise and acceptable. I mean, maybe Lord British is such a wise ruler, Stupitsky, that, you know, he's managed to just keep prices stable for centuries. But there would have at least had to be a major spurt of inflation under Blackthorn. So, tell me about Fred. He's one of the most respected merchants in Britain. He sells the eggs and vegetables grown by Brownie and Mac, as well as exotic imported fruits. That's awesome. Before I ask you about anything else, what's up with Mac and the sky? Have you heard about this Mac and his obsession with the sky? We can recruit, you know, terribly drawn cartoon animals to the party. And not only will they contribute to the battles, they can only ever go up in value, I'm told. As long as I give all my gold coins in exchange for them. Who needs gold coins when you have brick coins? He's been cooped up with his chickens too long, but he's a good person. Okay, so he's lost his mind somehow. Don't be put off by his strange stories doth tell. He rarely ever sleeps. He spends most of the night staring at the sky. I gotta meet this Mac. Oh, man. Alright. How's Brownie doing? He's a good man. Hopefully he runs for the mayorship again. If he does, I must be sure to vote for him. Well, so far, you know, I don't know anybody who voted for Patterson. I don't know how he got elected. Yeah, so how do you like it here in Britain? Oh, yeah. I do that too when I go to the grocery store. And the people from Paws, they're always short of money. Your heart goes out to them. Compassion. That's the whole gimmick of Britain. Oh. Well, I mean, in that case, that does make it kind of noble of Fred here to have not raised prices. But can I buy some eggs? Yes. I would like to buy some eggs, please. 12 gold for 1 dozen. 1 gold per egg. I think I can afford that, but is it wise? A single dozen, please. Well, no. I just spent all of my money on eggs. I'm not sure it was responsible, but it's what I did. Hail, sir! He does look friendly. You, Fred? I had a feeling. What do you do, Fred? He sells meat. Alright, that makes sense. Couldn't get any meater to Kelly. I'm going to record Fred's job as Kelly's husband, since I wrote Kelly down as farmer's wife. Awesome. So, yeah. Farmer's market. Yeah. Of course. Makes sense that Morphin's from the Buccaneer's Den, since keeps one finger in the drug trade. How are things on the old Buccaneer's Den? They still hundreds of years of the age of enlightenment. We still don't have the piracy thing under control. Ah, they're getting into new exciting drugs. They're not into the silver serpent venom in the Buccaneer's Den anymore. What do you think of Morphin? Yeah, strange guy. Yeah, someday I'm gonna break into his storage room, see what he's up to. But he's in my good books right now for helping me clear Tobias's name. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to regret buying eggs here, buddy. Yeah, well, nice meeting you, Fred. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Excuse me, sir. Friendly face. I'll trust the description. What's your name? It's Gordon. I haven't even heard of you, Gordon. And I know several names of British people. What do you do? He sells fish and chips. Fush and chips. Oh yeah. Where'd you get the wagon? You just painted it. Hey. All right. He's running a proper food trucks and a farmer's market. Man. Britain, this is ahead of the curve. This game was in 1990, 92? And yet they have full-on hipster. We're in Portland right now. Put a bird on it. All right. Oh yeah, you want to go to the Buccaneer's Den? Ah, yeah, right. That's not the right reason to gamble. I'm not here to tell you how to run your affairs, but I kind of think that you should gamble only if you're already consigned to losing that money. You just want to have fun. So it's like a pirate resort, you say. Oh yeah, I used to hang out there a lot. Yeah, you look like it. Well, I mean, you painted the wagon. That must have been fun. Flex your creative muscles. Okay, so they have got the piracy problem under control because the pirates realize there's more money in running casinos. So, but have you thought about the possibility that they're gonna, break your fingers if you win too much? How's business? Oh, you're in the fellowship. I'm not gonna hold that against you. Especially if you spare me the sales pitch. Wow. So, you like being in the fellowship? Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this BATLIN. What absence? I'm right here in front of you. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? That Casino, great movie. Yeah. What about Lord British stuff? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I know that. Acts like a king. What are you suggesting? Oh no, what have I done? This is actually, honestly, absolutely brilliant. This is great writing that every character you meet in the Fellowship just can't wait to give you this friggin' spiel. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do I want to join? I don't. I am. I. I'm so enlightened. It's fine. It's fine. Virtue of humility. I don't care. No biggie. All right. So that was going west. How much further does the road go? Not much further at all. Let's go east. Oh, here's a place. Who's this? Wait, is that Diane? Hey, Diane. Yeah, good day to thee as well. What do we have here? A document. What does the document say? Can't look at her document. That's probably for the best. It's her business, not mine. Okay. Well, streets are narrow. Hey, there's a horse and carriage. If we can ever get out of spending all of our money on food for these ravenously hungry adventurers. Hey, what time is it? 6 o'clock. Uh-oh. What's the Avatar's out of money, right? What are all these? Oh, eggs, of course. Hope everyone likes raw eggs. Oh, we've got some bread. ELO, you still got some money on you, pal? 16 coins, alright. We'll be able to find a place to sleep. Even if we have to run all the way back to Paws for a cheaper inn. Oh, is this? By proclamation of Lord British, this is an official document denoting ownership of the heretofore mentioned sailing vessel. Forgery of this title is presented. Alright. We found the shipwright. So anyone at work here today in the shipwright? Nope. To be fair, they might have just... Oh, could you? Well, hope everyone likes raw eggs. Open your mouth, kid. Catch. Did you know these are free range, guys? I'm going to assume that "I'll soon be plump" message was a sign that ELO's invisible hunger gauge was quite full already. He got topped out. Okay, so this is... What does the sign say? Nobody knows. What does this sign say? Hold on. I'll never relearn the whole language if I don't. Just looking for the key in the manual. Here we are. Runes. Okay. N. O. North. Where's the North Star? North Star. Armaments. I bet. Armory. North Star Armory. Excellent. I cannot possibly afford a weapon right now. Doesn't mean I shouldn't get to know the fine folks in the armory. Is anybody working? Guess not. It's quite a shop. They have glass display cases and everything. Is this still the armory? I don't know. Other rooms. Okay. We have... Boom, boom. What's that first one? I'll find it. Maybe. I guess it's a T. No. It's a J? J-A-W. Jaw. No, J-E. Jeweler. I have a decent... I mean, this time... I guess I can't actually say it's been 200 years. It has not been 200 years for me. I remember many of the runes. But then some of them I just do not remember. Bread smells good, eh? Let's try this one without looking. Bakery. I admit I had a context clue that helped. Oh, hey. Somebody's at work. No, is he leaving? No, he's working. It's been quite a few times. Clean-looking, portly young man, waving at me frantically. What's your name? My name is Wilhelm. Although no one calls me that, I prefer to be addressed as Willie. Thank you very much. Well, then I'm going to call you Willie in my spreadsheet. I assume you're a baker, Willie, but what's your job? Some of them do, and some of them just don't take. But just you watch. By the time I'm in, like U or something, I'm going to be reading at least some of the signs right off the bat. You're the baker. You make sweet bread. No, I have not had a chance. You got free samples? Ho ho. Whoa, stuff's right in my mouth. Oh man, virtue of respecting personal space, Willie. Yes. Good bread, Willie. Kisses me on the forehead. Thanks, pal. So you're a baker. Oh yeah. Master baker. They call you a donut. Well, hold on. Why do people call you Master Baker? You're right, Cedric. I hadn't thought of that, but obviously, I'm just not up on the changing customs. The way that Britannia has changed the way they do things over the past 200 years. I was asked... you know what? You're happy. Sure. You're a master baker, buddy. You can stuff your bread in my mouth anytime. Why do they call you a donut? No. Okay. I was just okay. It's okay. Virtue of forbearance. I'm not going to beat this guy up for smacking me with a bread. With a baguette. No. Oh, Willie. He's an exuberant guy. The great kitchen in the sky. They're cooking for Ragnarok. Well then what's the other reason? What is the reason? Hey, hey. Okay. I don't know how admirable this sounds. Tell me more about your two women, Jeanette and Gay. Ha ha ha. I mean, I don't have to know, Willie, but you brought it up. You obviously wanted me to ask about it. Tell me about... I gotta ask about Gay first. She runs the costume shop. She's a costumer. She's the one of more interest. Ho ho! Good call, Thedev. Yeah, pull the hat off this guy. He's got just like tight blonde curls. I don't know if I'd want to get mixed up with a fellowship girl myself, but you do you. What about Jeanette? She's pleasant enough. To be honest, I cannot see myself with a tavern wench. Oh. Alright. Cool. Yeah. Great to meet you, Willie. Jeanette the Tavern Wench. I guess we could do a good deed and let both of these women know about each other. Nope. We're not there yet. It won't take much. I think I don't need to look up every room. G. Okay. Gaze. Costumes. Yeah. No. Gaze costumers. Nope. Why don't I just work it out? Okay. Clothing. Clothiers. Gaze clothiers. Is Gay in here right now, though? Of course not. The hour is getting late. We'll certainly be able to find Jeanette, I would expect, at the tavern. In this big place. What was this again? It's the... Oh, of course, the shipwright. Okay. What time is it now? 7 o'clock. Stop. Don't smell the food. Tavern. What's the tavern called? Oh, man. I can read the 9 to 12 part easily. And I can see the word the. Okay. Tawny. Tonight, 9 to 12. In concert? No. The K is a P. In person. Thank you, Stavinsky. In person. The Avatars. There's a band called the Avatars. We can see them tonight. Playing a 3-hour set. Excuse me, kid. Nope. That kid doesn't want to stop and talk to the Avatar. Britain sure is big. Sure is. Wait, what is this place? A helpful and efficient looking woman. Efficient looking? What's your name, dear? Cynthia. Oh, Cynthia. James the innkeeper might fancy you, Cynthia. What do you do? She's the teller at the mint. She's also a member of the Britannian Tax Council. Oh yeah? So how do you like it at the mint? Here at the mint we store gold, oversee production of coins, and keep an accurate count of how much money the kingdom has available for such things as farming, building the roads, developing sources of fresh water, seeing to the health of the citizenry, maintaining the estates of nobles, raising the guard militia, and carrying out the decrees of Lord British. Whew. Let's go through those one at a time, I guess. In order to keep the standard of money constant, we also operate as an exchange for those who possess quantities of gold. Supply the equivalent value of the gold and spendable coin of the realm, and then transfer the gold we receive into more money. Transform. It's a very efficient system. Well, you look efficient. So I'm not surprised that you oversee an efficient system. 7-year drought. Well, that makes sense. That explains why the farms failed for Kumar and such. There was a 7-year drought. Sounds rough. Makes food expensive. Without the support of the royal treasury, the prices would be even higher. I don't know if you know this about the farmers market, but they don't raise prices there, even when there's a drought. Seems weird to me, but... How about the roads? More wagons. So the roads need to be fixed up more. Costs a lot of money. Sure does. And I guess everyone has to pay taxes, even if they can't afford a horse and carriage. It makes sense. The 7-year drought had a really negative effect on farming communities. Oh, of course. In another life, I knew this sultan who also saw the importance of public works that provide water. Long may he reign! Regular supply of new and fresh wells, of course. What about health? As the population has greatly increased in the last 200 years, so has the risk of infectious diseases, such as the mysterious skin... Yeah, okay. But that's not like a transmissible disease. The kingdom needs more healers. How does BATLIN of Britain feel about that? States? Lords and mayors all have residences that are maintained through the auspices of the kingdom. Really? Just, like, are the mayors more competent at protecting the ruins now? Do their residences come with safes? Yeah, of course. Serpent sold. That's what I expected. Oh yeah. And your system applies to all minerals. They oversee the sale and rate of exchange for the ores. They do not handle the sale of gems, because there's a jeweler that does that. Of course. And how about the Britannian Tax Council? Okay, makes sense. Probably could have inferred that, to be honest, just from the title. Okay, she's giving me my tea whatever. Good day to you, Cynthia. Guess I probably have to meet James. Well, I would say that we can say confidently that 200 years ago it certainly had not come about. Even just a locked chest, though, and a clear instruction that your stuff should go in a locked chest. The runes of virtue. Oh, excuse me, sir. No. That dude was oh, hey, it's probably a healer. No, it's a fighter with intense eyes and a serious disposition, and a rad turban and a sweet beard. What's your name, sir? Denby. Well, it's nice to meet you, Denby. What do you do? He's a trainer. Specialize in a form of combat which relies on one's ability to use intelligence and physical ability to activate minor magical effects. But I'm not a mage. I am a fighter. Okay. You're a trainer. Noted. And, so, what kind of magical effects do you get into? A combination of physical and mental exercises that increase intelligence. This, in turn, gives you an advantage if you want to practice magic, of course. Magic is not working in Britannia these days. It's a dying phenomenon. No one understands why. Nevertheless, my training should increase any magic user's primary chances for casting a spell, as well as their fighting skill. Sir, if I had any money to my name, I'd be partaking of these services. So you're a fighter. You like to fight. No, he doesn't like to fight. Quite the contrary. This is legitimate irony. You would not expect this based on his profession. Cool. Well, listen, again, if I ever have money again, and like, oh my goodness, just feeding these two, it's questionable. But I'll take you up on that. And to you, sir, it's been real, as they say. This is probably the healer. This is Denby, right? Oh, excuse me, Denby. I was just double checking that it's you. A healer who looks wise and honest. Yeah, sure. Fine. He looks like he's wearing clear frame glasses. Just another way that Ultima was ahead of the curve, except that I don't usually see people wearing clear frame glasses and think, this guy seems really wise and honest. Nothing wrong with clear frame glasses. But they don't necessarily scream honesty to me. Oh ho! Hey, yeah, my reputation does precede itself. When you're as virtuous as me, this happens a lot. And, what's your name, sir? Syl, the healer. Although in his past life, he was known as Abrams. He became Syl when he was advanced. Okay. Syl, nay Abrams. Just in case later on I learn something about this Abrams character. I'll know how to connect them. Have an authority control built in the system. So you advanced, you say? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah. It's an honest living, eh? Eh? What kind of patients did you see? Honest ones? Soon, 3 islands. Lord British heard of you. Your practice grew swiftly. He's a modest man, but he doesn't mind saying he's a popular healer. It's the cool glasses, dude. You're like, I want that guy. The clear frames. To treat my silver serpent venom skin rot. Oh, wow. The king's healer. Whew. So he's still got this blood malady. What's your theory? Oh, dude. I shouldn't destabilize the natural balance of things, but you're right. That's how it works. There's bacteria and there's viruses. Yeah. Yeah, things kind of went similarly where I'm from. We used to try all kinds of weird magic. That does sound lovely. The torment for me that I'll agonize over this week is am I having enough fun to deal with the frustrations to have a pure Ultima VII experience? as you may or may not remember, I spent my entire playthrough of Star Control 2 with people being like, "Why aren't you playing Urquan Masters, dude?" It's the same game. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, we use that exact same word. Yeah, I think you're doing well. And what do other people say? Okay, so I thought that the Fellowship's anti-healer stance would be tied to their hostility to magic, which is another thing they have if that hasn't come up yet. But apparently they also hate science. Auf Wiedersehen. Take care. Who you mean? No, I don't. Oh, yes, I knew that. Sorry. Let's talk about the Fellowship. Oh, yeah. Can you give me the whole spiel? Sanguine Cognition? Yeah. It's questionable. We all have the right to our own opinions, but not our own facts. So they should lay off on stopping your research. Just great talking to you, Sil. Just making a quick note of what you do. And I'll bid thee good day, sir. Okay. Whoa, who are you? Authoritative looking older man who looks at you with thoughtful concern. You look much scarier. You look like a shadow lord, sir, in your sprite. And then you just look like a nice man. What's your name, sir? Kessler. Man. Britain does have a massive population, huh? So what do you do? He runs the apothecary. Well, I've got some good news for you about your silver serpent. I'm going to call this guy the druggist. Yeah, great news about your silver serpent venom. O-H-O not... What's not good, apparently? Did I miss something? Am I confused? I mean, I am confused. Often. Well, the normal function of an apothecary is to administer potions and magical reagents. He's nowadays working almost exclusively for Lord British, trying to study a specific problem. Is it his blood? Dramatic rise in the use of a very strange substance. They've become to purposely ingest the venom of the silver snake. Yeah. Yeah. And what happens then? And what are those effects? Yeah. Yeah. This is just... Man, what kind of impairments? Very tired and then causes sloughing of the skin. Yeah, I don't plan to become hooked on the venom. So how are you studying it? Yes, I know that. Like, what are your difficulties? So problems with finding it. Well, I did, but I gave it back. But I gave it to the guy Morphin. He sells it to you. Is that true? 50 gold coins for every vial of it, and here I was being honest and giving it back to Morphin. So what about the silver snake? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense. We will do our best not to starve ourselves. Yeah. What kind of curiosity? Yeah, we'll find out together if it ever comes to that. Fingers crossed it doesn't. Yeah, now what other problems are you having? People need to be alerted. Sure. That didn't tell me anything of your other difficulties. It was also a pleasure to speak to thee, Kessler. Hey, there's the provisioner, Greg. And I'm welcome here. That's great. A gleeful looking merchant. Incredible. I'm just going to take a quick screenshot here and see if I can... I'll try later on in life to prevail upon my buddy Greg to wear a hat like this. What's your name, sir? It's Greg. It's good to see thee. What do you do? He runs the provisioner's shop. It's a second home to the Intrepid. What kind of stuff do you sell? I don't know if you've heard of the Avatar. Well, I do all those things sometimes. What might I need? Can you sell good luck? Yeah, no, that would have been a thing worth spoiling me on. If hunger isn't going to have any effect, then I'm going to worry a lot less about this frustrating bird feeding system. But it sounds like I do need to worry about it. Fair enough. I'll survive. So I just like talking to these people. As long as they keep being fun and interesting. As long as Britannians keep being worth talking to. I'll keep having fun playing Ultima. Oh yeah? Give me an example. Fighting man named Gorn once bought a shovel from you and told you that it saved his life. Who's Gorn? Perhaps I know of Gorn. He speaks with the most peculiar accent. I'm sure that's a reference to something. Gorn wanted to dig for some buried treasure somewhere when he heard some noises behind him. Upon turning, he was horrified to see a swarm of undead skeletons rushing towards him. In his haste to dig up the treasure, he had unbuckled his belt and laid down his sword. The only thing in his hands was the shovel. He immediately began swinging it and ended up knocking all the skeletons to bits. He now considers it his lucky shovel. That is, it's lucky. His customers all do dangerous things, and they have to keep coming back for provisions. How do you like it here in Britain? Oh. Where were you from originally? Used to be from Paws. But no one in the Paws has money. That's true. I'm sorry? Can we drill down on that for a moment? Ah, yeah. I'm sure you meet lots of assholes who say that they're the Avatar. Oh, no. Don't worry. I'm not a lunar fool. If anyone... I get that you're embarrassed for me claiming to be the Avatar, Greg, but I don't know how you feel about that hat you're wearing, but maybe you're the one who should be a little embarrassed. Good day to you, Greg. Good day. All right. Still just trotting about town, looking for folks. All right. There's the hot fish and chips seller. But we'll just be continuing to eat raw eggs for now. Pardon me. Oh, speaking of eating, probably worth going and giving the spinach and the sagaloo another stir. So let's take a brief intermission, folks. Hang tight. I'll be right back with you. Okay, we're back at her. The sagaloo has passed the point where it stops looking like a bunch of ingredients all just sitting there and starts looking like a dish. The spinach is wilting. It's all coming together, baby. Okay. Meanwhile, I probably should have raised some kind of menu. Time has passed. It's getting dark. Okay. I'm going to save right now. And start looking for the inn, which is going to be harder to find now. Now it's dark. Oh, great. And we're hungry. When do we eat? Shut up. That's when we eat. Something inn. It's an inn. Okay. Let's all have some eggs. I understand it's probably because the nighttime effect is accomplished by palette changing, and it's just like a global palette change. It seems very silly that the menus, like, I can't see my own statistics well anymore. Excuse me, sir. Sour-faced innkeeper, look at this guy. Bitter guy with a mustache. You tell his name is James. As if all of his problems are my fault. Or is it his problems that are my problems that are his fault? Who knows? Oh yeah, me too. What do? The proprietor of the inn. Of course. How'd you become the proprietor? It's just another way of saying that I'm the man who's the desk clerk. Now, I know what okay. Which thou mayest think is an easy job, although it is not, I can assure thee. I never said I thought it was easy. But what's so hard about it? When one is an innkeeper, one must run around all day long. If anyone wants anything, thou art the one who must take care of it for them. Oh yeah, so you just go running around. I spend so much time running around, I have gotten a bad foot. Oh yeah. You got a nice sign on this inn. This place is called the Wayfarer's Inn and has a long, substantial history in Britain. If thy grandparents ever came to town, this is probably where they stayed. I've stayed here before you were ever born. I'm the Avatar. I don't know if you've heard of me. Very virtuous. And you're the desk clerk. Of course, being desk clerk's not all I do. I must spend all day listening to people talk about their problems as if I am supposed to solve them. Do a lot of listening, huh? That's correct, my lord. So, if thou dost have a problem, allow me the courtesy of not having to hear all about it. Who do you think is listening to whose problems here? Now, what was it I was saying again? But you have to solve people's problems. Maybe solving people's problems is an easy task for other innkeepers, but not only am I bad at it, I have my own problems as well. Oh yeah? Anything to do with Cynthia? I do not like my job. I never wanted to be an innkeeper. I just wanted to keep the place going after my father passed on. You should talk to Elo. Because he used to run the shop, Elo's Bows. Have you ever noticed that he's not the one who runs it? Now that I'm married to Cynthia, I'm more tied down than ever. Okay. How good of friends can they be if Diane thinks he might fancy Cynthia, but they've actually already been married? You're married. Do not mistake my words, my lord. I love Cynthia with all my heart. There are times I feel I'm too young to be married. Your hairline says otherwise, pal. Besides, I know I cannot be a good husband for her. Yeah, seriously. Trust me. Adventuring involves a lot. It's not just listening to their problems. I actually have to solve them. Not with advice. None of these people can do anything for themselves. Everywhere I go. Even in another life, even. I show up in a town. Elemental after elemental. I'm capturing or dispelling them all. They thank me, but they don't do anything to help. Alright. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to burden you with my problems. So, you don't think you're a good husband? How can I make Cynthia happy on the pittance an innkeeper makes when all day long she is counting all that money in the mint? Well, now I cannot. Is that all that can make people happy, though? Already I can sense she's worried about our marriage. I know there's something wrong between us. I'm going to talk to Cynthia for you. See if I can solve your marital problems. She works at the mint. I know the nature of the heart, my good friend. After being exposed to such large sums of money, she shall begin to covet it. So I cannot provide it, she shall leave me to give a heart to a wealthy man. Perhaps a merchant or nobleman. The thought of it makes my blood boil. Well, that should be a positive. Just cultivate that rage inside. That'll save your marriage. Instead of being an innkeeper, I always secretly wanted to be a pirate. When I was not sailing the seas, I'd be living in Buccaneer's den. You wanted to be a pirate? Thou knowest for certain that few, if any, would pour their troubles out to pirates. I bet if I was a pirate, people would. If I were a pirate, I could get this bad foot replaced with a peg, too. Anyone can have an artificial limb. So I understand it. They have an excellent house of games, as well as opulent baths. At least I've heard from Gordon, the man who sells fish and chips. Can I get a room? Oh, I suppose that's like a room now. There. That is just what I mean. It's 10 gold pieces per person for a night. Thou dost want a room, dost thou not? No. Phew! That was a close call. Oh, thou shalt just come back again, wanting something else from me. Oh, I just know it. 30 gold for a night? I haven't even found a viable source of income. Come on, team, we're going back to pause for the night. Is that little shit breaking into their house again right now? No. This is probably not the best thing to do to a kid. No. Hey, come on. Oh, goodness. Oh, hey, Andrew. Did you hear I solved the theft? Yeah. No reward? Alright. You weren't, but that's okay. Hey, Polly. Well, tell me about Merrick. Oh yeah, how about Morphin? Yeah. Anyways, I've solved the thief thing, Polly. Can I get a room? 3 gold. Perfect. Alright. Almost click buy when I want to say buy. Homophones. Wait a minute, the door is not even locked. Why did I pay? Let me get 8 hours, kid. You could sleep too. I am positive that if we have asked Polly to wake us all up in the morning... Anyway. You have good ones too. We should all have pleasant dreams. Okay, excuse us, folks. Must eat now. That's not promising. Here. Have an egg, buddy. You're still hungry. I missed him, I think, when I tried to give him an egg before. Alright. I don't know if you heard, I solved the problems here. Yeah, I hope so. Hey, Kamar. Can't brag to you. You too. Heads up. Chins up, gentlemen. Okay. Let's get back to Britain. Let's see if we can talk to Cynthia about her terrible marriage. Should have updated the name of that. Ah, well. Here we go. La da 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 da. Okay. There's the shipwright. Ah, the anchor sign should have been my clue that it's a shipwright. Likewise. Okay. This is helpful information. Lothier. Oh, hey. She's at work. Excuse me, madam. See a woman who oozes partially sincere friendliness. Hey, you'd actually be great for Willie, wouldn't you? What's your name, dear? Your name is Gay. And what do you do? I oversee the clothiers here in Britain when I'm not pursuing the teachings of the Fellowship. Oh yeah. You wanna give me the spiel? Yes, Balin's great. Fellowship meeting at 9 o'clock. Okay. We can hear this Balin's words. And so you oversee clothiers. Silks, garments. Come from everywhere. And this Willie? Yes, he's a very amusing fellow. I'm quite taken with him, and I do see him against my better judgment. He does not seem like the type to join the Fellowship, though. Since the Fellowship is my whole life, I do not know if there's a place for it in it for him. I've not made up my mind about that yet. Very good. Good day to you as well. They work in shops right next to each other. Hey, Willie. Yeah, good to see you again. No, okay. We can't learn anything more here. Where is Jeanette, the tavern keeper? Oh, great, I need food. Good lord. Delicious. Okay. Who's hungry? You know what? A bit hungry? Shut up. Tell me when you're starving. Alright. My old relics are here. What is this place? Is it a reliquary? I don't know. Hold on. Alright. No. Royal. Royal Museum. Who could use food? I couldn't tell who was saying that. It's a statue. Hey, it's the lenses that we use to save the Codex. Make peace between the humans and the gargoyles. To a degree, at least. What are these? Virtue stones from Ultima IV. A corpse. The bones of Zog, the earliest Britannian fossil. Harpsichord. Swamp boots, once worn by the Avatar. Hey, those are my boots! The stones of virtue. Lord British's musket. The runes of the virtues. Okay. I don't know if this is enough security, but at least we have them in a centralized location. Hey, that's me. When do we eat? ELO. Buddy. Alright. Never relying on eggs as our primary food source again. Go back to pause, get some more dried flounder. Oh, it's the kid who's starving. Well. Hope you like bread, kid. Hey, Abra. Abra's here to say I could use a little food. But it's not quite time for her to have food yet. She's not going to make me believe she's starving at any rate. Okay. What do we got here? The Ankh, yeah. The Vortex Cube. The Avatar, that's me. The Silver Horn, once used by the gargoyles. Lots of cool stuff. That's awesome. Nice museum. Okay. Keep going. Keep looking at things. National branch. Oh, of the Fellowship. Of course. Excuse me, sir. A rotund older gentleman, who was at once humble yet dignified. His gentle eyes exude caring for his fellow person. What is your name, sir? My name, good friend, is BATLIN, and indeed it is truly a privilege to meet the Avatar in the flesh. This is big news. BATLIN of Britain. I'm gonna call his job Main Fellow. I've got both of these cats in here. I could use a little food. I could use a little food. I'm a bit hungry. At least I don't have to put the food right in their mouths. And what do you do? I was once a druid. Now I am the leader and the originator of the Fellowship. It is rapidly growing throughout Britannia and keeps me very busy, as thou canst well imagine. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Only active or potential Fellowship members are privy to the concept of the voice. I can tell thee more when thou dost take the Fellowship test. Oh yeah? Tell me more about the Fellowship. The Fellowship was formed 20 years ago with the full approval and support of Lord British. It is a society of spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest levels of human potential and to share this knowledge freely with all people. The Fellowship advances the philosophy of Sanguine Cognition, a way to apply... Yeah. Tell me about your triad. What are your values? Yeah, I know that. Tell me about unity. When we say strive for unity, it is simply our way of expressing how the people of Britannia should all cooperate and work together. A worthwhile sentiment. I am certain thou wouldst concur. And trust? What the Fellowship means by this is that people are all the same and the world is, generally speaking, a supportive, nurturing place. The trust we place in each other is like the pinions that hold our society together. Quite true, wouldst thou not say? Tell me of worthiness. Allow me to explain the meaning of worthiness precedes reward. Yeah, this is exactly like there's just, you read the manual in his voice and it's all this really positive stuff with just little off notes. So far in his dialogue, he hasn't hit the off notes. The ominous thunderstorm, though, is definitely adding those notes. Each one of us seeks something which we desire from life, and we must strive to be worthy of that which we seek. It would be difficult for thee to disagree, I am quite sure. And this all together makes Sanguine Cognition? We strive to avoid the mistakes made by mystics and sages since the dawn of time. Emergent storytelling, Thedev. The engine is doing its job. They apply the standards of the past, such as the virtues, for example, to qualify the present. And thus, they do not perceive it correctly. We seek to examine our present lives, each on its own terms, and see the world the way it is. So hold on, you got a problem with virtues? They are perfectly adequate for those who feel they still need them for whatever reason. But no one, not even thyself, thou must admit, Avatar, can fulfill them perfectly. Oh, I don't know about that, BATLIN. I don't know if you've heard of a little thing called the Quest of the Avatar. I went on it, I achieved enlightenment and all of the virtues all at once, including humility. Therefore, they are a philosophy that is ultimately based upon failure. We have never claimed that our teachings are a substitute for the virtues. However, ours is a belief that is based upon success, not failure. And you have two friends, Elizabeth and Abraham. I've heard tell of them. Ah, my good colleagues, Elizabeth and Abraham were just here. They left this morning for Minnock on fellowship business. Hello, Galera Dragon. Hey, that's the tiny little Ultima VII map emoji. That's awesome. They left this morning. Greetings. How are you? How much Ultima VII experience do you have? They left this morning for Minnock on fellowship business. They deal with both the distribution and the collection of funds. Oh yeah, so you do a test here. Oh, art thou ready to join the fellowship? No, slow down, pal. Until thou art ready to join, I cannot tell thee any more about the test. I do love Ultima, Galera Dragon. And I've got loads of it ahead of me, I can tell, because, I mean, I've heard tale of the length of this game. And then I know that they made a whole other game where, like, can't call this Ultima 8. Ultima 7 is 2 games. And then Ultima 8, Ultima Underworld 2 in the middle, then Ultima 8 and 9, which I'm going to do. Reputation be damned. I've come too far to turn back now. It's going to be years, but I'm going to get through them. Alright, so the test is a secret. And if I wanted to join... Ah, but first things first. I recommend thou takest our examination to determine if thou art truly in need of the fellowship's teachings. Dost thou want to take the test? I'm curious, BATLIN. Give me your test. Give it to me. These questions are all hypothetical. I'm not obliged to join after I take the test, am I? I can still hold out, I hope. We can always load the save if I come to regret. But I just want to know what the test is. It was the exact right marketing scheme to use on me. You can pitch me on your philosophy of success all day long, I don't care. Not yet. Not yet. Do not let them confuse or upset thee. He's gonna be... There's a turtle on its back in the desert. You aren't helping it. It's not even a question, sir, and I am upset. Question 1. Thou art feeling depressed right now. Is it more likely because... Oh! The Sagaloo, I gotta go check on it. Hang tight, gang. We'll get back to this test and make some difficult decisions right after I check if those potatoes are tender. Okay, back at it. Whoa! Chat was popping off while I was gone. Everyone's talking about me behind my back. Yes, UI hints. Yeah, I'm at the moment. I'm right now. I'm feeling like I can handle this. It is certainly nice, of course, to at least, even if you're playing the original, to be playing it in a context where, yeah, I don't need to swap out any discs to load things, and where everything moves pretty swiftly. Not a lot of load times, for instance. Okay. Alright. Quite a question, Batlin. The potatoes weren't quite there, so I'm gonna have to go back in a half hour, take that off. I managed to feed the cats too while I was down there. Yeah. I'd be most depressed if I disappointed a friend. Well, yes, I'm the Avatar, as you know. I can tell... Actually, we should read all of Batlin's dialogue. I can tell from thine answer thou art a person who takes their responsibilities to others very seriously, and perhaps tends to put too much pressure on oneself to please others. He smiles and nods. Yeah. Question 2. Thou art at a feast hosted by a very high-ranking local official. Thou dost believe the food he has ordered to be served is little more than swill, and thou dost notice that the other guests certainly think so. When thine host asks if thou dost like the food, dost thou tell the truth or lie to him? Yeah, if the other guests don't like the food, I'm going to tell them the truth. Also, I'm very honest. It's one of my 8 main characteristics. Thy response shows thou art a bluntly honest person who mayest occasionally say things that people may not like hearing. But thine intentions are noble ones. That's true, Batlin. Question 3. Thou hast taken the last room available at an inn. Upon entering it, thou dost find that it is filthy. It is the middle of the night. Therefore, there is no one to clean it, and there is nowhere else to stay. Dost thou, A, clean up the room thyself, at least somewhat, before reposing in it, or B, dost thou just go to sleep, letting the room remain as thou hast found it? I clean the room. Thou hast revealed that thou art a person who instinctively believes they are responsible for anything that goes wrong, and that it falls to thee to put the whole world right. Batlin, I just don't want to sleep in filth. Although, yes, I am constantly saving the world. That's true. Question 4. At a festive gathering, thou dost tell a humorous anecdote, and thou dost tell it very well. I have been told. I'm a good storyteller. Creating much amusement. Dost thou tell this comedic story because, A, thou dost enjoy the response that thou didst receive from thine audience, or B, because thou didst want to please thy friends? We need that Pam meme for this one. From The Office, the same picture. I don't... I need option C, Batlin. I reject the distinction. I guess I wanted to please my friends because I didn't enjoy the response until after I told the story. Thine answer shows thou art a person who instinctively feels unworthy of having friends. What? I never thought about it like that. Thou must continuously buy their attentions by amusing them. Question 5. He's got it. It's like he has a window into my soul, Galera. If thou wert to become a person of leisure, one who had amassed a fantastic fortune of wealth, would it most likely be because A, thou hadst discovered an infallible method of stealing the money of others, or B, thou hadst discovered an infallible method of illicitly duplicating the coin of the realm? Yeah. I mean, the reason I'm not helping this turtle... okay. It's probably the counterfeiting one. From question 5, we learn that thou art a person who instinctively believes that they are incapable of achieving success. At best, only presenting the illusion of success. Man, can the fellowship help me, Batlin? Can the fellowship make me a better man? While traveling, thou dost find a man in terrible pain. His arm has been grievously injured. You're not helping him. Why? A healer attending to him tells thee that the man's arm will have to be removed and that he will require thine assistance to do it. The man says he will recover from his injury and asks thee not to let the healer amputate his arm. Dost thou A. heed the words of the healer, or B. respect the wishes of the injured man? I mean, I probably asked some... C. I have some follow-up questions for both of you before I make a decision about what the best... Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to cut the arm off a man who's begging me not to. By thine answer, thou art a person who deeply believes in the value of human life, and who has a strong sense of faith in the possibilities that life continuously gives us. Question 7. Thou hast just killed a small dog by throwing a rock at it. Is it more likely thou hast done this Hold on, stop, Batlin. No, I didn't. What are you talking about? Boom. He knows I'm a replicant now. He shoots me in the face. Is it more likely thou hast done this because A. the dog was going to attack thee, or B. the dog was going to attack someone else? Well, I'd kill it with a sword if it was attacking me. This question tells... What this question... We'll put the what in for him. What this question tells is thou art an overly aggressive person. Thou dost need to stop trying to solve all thy problems through violence. Question 8. Thou art in a boat with thy betrothed and thy mother. The boat capsizes. In the choppy waters thou canst only save thyself and one other person. Fucking trolley problem. Who dost thou save from drowning? Thy betrothed or thy mother? Danielle is more likely to watch this stream. While risking thy life to save the life of thy betrothed is admirable, I cannot help but wonder what suppressed hostility thou dost have towards thy mother, as thou wouldst simply let her drown. Listen, pal, we don't gotta talk about... I gotta help... listen, it's fine. It's fine. Just, we don't need to pick at that scab. I just met you. Batlin shrugs. Thou art a person of strong character, Avatar, but one who is troubled by deep personal problems that prevent thee from achieving thy true potential for greatness. In short, thou art precisely the type of person for which the Fellowship was created. I welcome thee to our fold. Know that the path of the Triad is not an easy one, but its rewards are bountiful. I will, of course, waive the usual sabbatical of study that is required before one achieves membership. Thou art, after all, the Avatar. However, as one of our tenets prescribes, worthiness precedes reward. Thou must embark on a task or two for the Fellowship before thou can be properly inducted and receive thy medallion. Joke's on him, I have a medallion already. I need thee to deliver this sealed package unopened to Eleanor, the leader of our Fellowship branch in Minnock. Eleanor will reward thee upon receiving it. Thou dost have my word. May I trust thee to do it? I mean, I wouldn't trust me if I were you, but yes. Excellent! Here it is. Thou must now be on thy way. When do we eat? Holy shit. All the time. When are you ever not eating, people? What's this? Oh, that's the sealed box. Well, without any further ado, let's open that box. Alright. Elo, I'm going to have to eat some of your food here. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. The quest might be about to fail. We have a few grapes. What's the... Okay, obviously I'm out of coins. And Yellow has a single coin. So we can't buy any more food. What do you do for money? Can I go find some, like... Okay. We need to find a bridge. I wanted to go talk to Lord British. Also, I do need to make a decision now. Do I actually want to be in the Fellowship? Like, not that I think the Fellowship is good. Not that I think that it'd be a positive thing. But do I want to be in the Fellowship for reasons of undermining it? Okay. Just looking at the map here. I mean, the map's not going to tell me where a bridge is. Doesn't look like. Okay. Well, for the moment, we're all good fellows for now. Let's get out of town and see if like some troll, like, yes, okay. Here we go. To battle. Excellent. We've assisted in the brutal killing of this bandit, who hopefully... Of course it's locked. But we can take all this stuff. Also, how am I doing for health? I guess the heart probably drains as you die? I don't know. Okay. Let's load me up. Can't carry this? Well, forget it. I'll just do this. Okay. Yeah, I'll throw my pants on the ground. Put this stuff on directly. Okay. At least that's going well. If there's some money in here, all the better. So kid. Spark. Where's Spark? Here's Spark. You know, I should have. Let's get the kid. You know, he's got the leather leggings. Oh, and leather armor. Never mind. The kid's okay. Wait, he doesn't have the lockpicks? Does Elo still have the lockpicks? Yes. Okay. I've got 3 shots at this. Unlocked. It was trapped. Oof. Yeah. Well. Was there money in the chest? $3 gold coins. We're gonna have to kill a lot of fellas. Oh. Okay. That's a terrible font for numbers. But it worked out for me in this case. Alright. Of course, now I'll probably die if I get another fight. Oh, good! They've just... Kid... Okay. Oh, hey, a chain, quiff. What's this? Some bolts? Hey, Yellow, want some free bolts? What's this? Okay, crossbows are just crossbows? Yeah. Listen. Actually, no, I was about to say he grew, you know, he didn't grow up in Paws, though. I was going to say, like, you know, things are rough in Paws. This is just how they live. Okay. Is this a gimmick that we can pull? No. Yeah, we're all very hungry, kid. But I don't know what the hell we're going to do here. We need to be attacked again. And we're out of picks. We can't do... I've created a bad situation for myself, haven't I? Let's try this again. I mean, this might be how we wind up playing Exalt. Elo, you want to pitch in? Was I killed and then unkilled? Oh man, kid, I know you want food, but good lord. Oh, I have 1 hit point. So that fight went much worse for us, but a guard got killed too. There's more dead bodies. He didn't lock his chest and he had lots of money. Ah. That makes sense. I did go down. Ah, okay. Okay, great. We're in the money now. We're going to be okay. Hello, PSO1. Thank you. Yeah. Now this is clearer to me now. Can I just drop my pants in there? Yes, I can. Hopefully I don't get overloaded, but... Okay, can't drop this in... Alright. Boomerang. Oh, Spark's gonna love this. Spark, check this out, dude. This is so much cooler than a sling. Wait. Yeah. When I was your age, if I could have had a boomerang to play with, I would have been thrilled. Oh, jeez, and a blowgun. Very happy to have you here. We'll have Ultima on the screen every Sunday. For a long time, I'm willing to bet. Okay. Well, I think I'm committed to roleplay. Oh, someone's got a bad feeling. Yeah, that's the real truth of the situation. Ha! I suspected that you had played before. Oh, full confession. I may not be quite that naive, but okay. All right, Elo, take your pants off, buddy. This we got new armor, lightly soiled. Here, Yellow. You can have some of the winnings too. I'll take 50-something coins. Oh, I see. We're not just dealing with Twitch friends landing on the same stream. Take that sword too, Yellow, just in case. Oh, you don't have to put it on your... fine. Put it on your back. That looks cool. And then, alas... Ooh, a two-handed sword. Some bolts. Hey, Yella. Free bolts. Okay. Well, we're not going to die now of starvation. Real soon, boys. We just gotta run to the farmer's market before we collapse of hunger. Oh no, I've run all the way back to pause. Here we are. Yeah, just dive in. They find the... That'll be a great, glorious return for the Avatar. Getting arrested for gobbling up. Obviously, I'm here to buy. It's weird that they don't let you just keep buy as one of your main things to say. Oh, I've done the egg thing. Yes, I'm going to buy. But I would like to buy... some pumpkin. 1 pumpkin for 4 gold? Nay, madam. You know what? I'm not personally a meat eater. But let's see if I can get a good price on victuals from Fred here. You have meats? Yes, that was Blackthorn's law of honesty, British. Thou shalt tell the truth, or thou shalt have thy tongue cut out. How many of those can I remember? Thou shalt sacrifice, thou shalt give half thy income to charity, or thou shalt have no income. This kid loves flounder. 7 gold for 1? Nay, sir. No. Take care, Fred. We're running back to pause. When do we eat? Once we get to the much more affordable... That's compassion, right? Yeah, we could all use some food. And it does smell good. That's why we're here. Oh, that was sacrifice. What's the half your income one? Or am I just misremembering? I'm open to that possibility for sure. Oh, you're not even selling flounder. Well, what's your price on jerky? 12 gold for 10 pieces. Give us 2 sets. Well, now I gotta look. We gotta go back. Okay. Oh, wait. No, we can't just let time pass. Okay. Here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Whenever this happens, I do have to feel great. Not that I'm not gloating. But sacrifice was the half thy income to charity, or thou shalt have no income. Compassion was thou shalt help those in need, or thou shalt suffer the same need. Justice was thou shalt confess to thy crime and suffer its just punishment, or thou shalt be put to death. If thou dost lose thine own honor, thou shalt take thy own life. Thou shalt enforce the laws of virtue, or thou shalt die a heretic. Thou shalt humble thyself to thy superiors, or thou shalt suffer their wrath. And valor. Thou shalt fight to the death, if challenged, or thou shalt be banished as a coward. Anyway, just a terrible, terrible ethical system. It's not good. To be fair, I did play Ultima V fairly recently. And I got really excited about the dark twists on the virtues. I love Ultima V so much. Like, I really enjoyed Ultima 4, which I did not stream. And I did... yeah, see, there you go, right? So, mild mixing up of the alternate virtue laws from one specific game in the series that you haven't played in years. I think we can spare you the cred. Yes, we're all loving the jerky. All right, let me know if you're still hungry, boys. Haha. We love terrible wordplay here. No, there's no terrible wordplay. But you get what I'm saying. Wordplay. Always in favor of it. Here at 58 Dream Street. Okay. Heading up the road. Once again, maybe we'll finally meet Lord British. Who said that? Say it again and you can have some jerky. Okay, let's all have some jerky. Oh, speaking of food, I must now actually go and shut down that slow cooker so the sagaloo doesn't overcook. Hang tight, gang. Be right back. All right, back at her. British, as you probably know, I can't have heard me say it before when I was playing Ultima VI. I feel the same way. By going to the integrated world map instead of the iconographic world map where a town can take up just a spot and then takes you to another screen that's the whole town. It really shrinks the size of the wilderness. Like, we're told that Pause has grown and expanded. Oh, that sounds painful. Galera. That's yeah. Oof. But yeah, like, we're told that Pause has grown and expanded so much that it's now merged into Britain. Oh no. Okay, jerky is just not doing it for us, is it? No, I got distracted. Not distracted. Well, yes, but like not a not a not an ADHD. Oh, Elo doesn't even want any. Not an ADHD distraction, but a legitimate grown-up distraction of needing to get my food off the thing. Oh, the streetlights are on. Ah, oh, where's the sundial? Wait, can I pet the cat? No, but we can. That's a good modeling of a cat. You see a strange cat in the street, you try to make conversation with it, it walks away from you because it doesn't care. 10 o'clock. This is where we can see the show, right? No. Or wait. Yes, the avatars. Ooh, that's a really interesting question, British. Perhaps we shall find out. Hi, yeah, I'm glad to see you too, pal, but I don't actually care. We have nothing to say. Take care, Kessler. Hey, Greg! And your silly, silly hat. Good day to thee as well. Excuse me, Jeanette? Are you Jeanette? Excuse me. You see an attractive woman in her 50s. She has a warm smile. Welcome. Who art thou, stranger? Oh, they don't call me the stranger anymore. I'm the avatar. Now, I'm James. Well, hello, James. Hello. What do they call you? Lucy. I was looking for Jeanette, but hi, Lucy. Nice to meet you. Let me add your name to my spreadsheet of notable personages about town. Lucy. And this is going to sound silly because I'm constantly making myself sound a fool. Oh, wow. That's cool. Did the real Greg Cato wear that hat? I run the Blue Boar, oldest tavern in Britannia. If thou dost want anything to eat or drink, just say so. That's great. The Blue Boar, you say? Smashing place for a revel. It hath been for ages. I'm looking forward to finding Smith and finding out what helpful hint he'll give me for Ultima VI. My running theory, and please don't tell me if I'm right or wrong, is that he's going to tell me the answer to the murder mystery from Skara Brae. I enjoy it because I love to cook and eat. She laughs. And drink. She laughs again. Mostly I like it because I meet so many interesting people, just like thee, James. Oh, you have no idea. I'm very interesting. I'm literally the Avatar. And you like reveling? Thou dost look like the kind of person who doth enjoy a fair bit of revelry. Was it a storage thing? Eventually it's like, wow, I did really like this game. And I do still like the game, but like devoting a lot of space in my house to things related to this game. Come back to the pub in the evening to hear our house band. Oh, that's a shame. Although I guess probably he was glad to have collected the stuff to get that money when he needed it. I don't know if you know this. Oh, I bet I will. I bet they'll like me. I'm literally the Avatar. Revelry, singing, dancing, eating, drinking. All in a time and place where one may stop and enjoy life. I can see it hath been too long since thou hast sampled the simple pleasures of life in Britannia. I do so enjoy meeting men who like to go out and kill things. Well, I did kill a bunch of humans earlier today. Talk to thee later. Jeanette, is that you in the kitchen? Excuse me? Jeanette? You, Jeanette? This young, lovely tavern wench is sexy and sweet. I don't think they nailed it with the portrait design here. But we'll imagine her as being both sexy and sweet. What's your name, dear? Jeanette, at thy service. What do you do, Jeanette? She works for Lucy, serving food and drinks. Oh, wow, at a discount. That's awesome. What kind of food do you sell? Lucy's a good cook. The Silverleaf's the best. Oh yeah, what kind of drinks do you sell? I look like I need a good drink. Ah, that's funny. Tell me about the Silverleaf. It's a wonderful dish. Try it. That'd be a thing worth doing. Checking out. Setting Dali or whoever to work on polishing up these portraits. You know what? I thought the portraiture is pretty good in this game, and it's obviously like better in a technical sense than in Ultima 6, but oh, cool. Because I thought the portraits in Ultima 6 were great. And except I found specifically the barmaid in You, Andrea, an enormous woman in both size and personality. I found that they drew her, and she's like a jolly looking, like pretty blonde fat girl, and then she has like warts all over her, and it just seemed to dilute the image. You know, like why don't we put the warts on another person whose description says that they have warts? If Andrea's thing is that she's massive, she's a big girl, just make her look big. That it's not super important. Yeah, that's true. And what I did love in that little, it's not even like, you call it a subplot, I guess, but that little the interactions in You where she's like, tell that Utomo, the blacksmith, that I love him, and Utoma is the oh, cool. I knew that this Manda was the basis for the character Penumbra, just in the sense that I constantly come across little tidbits about like, oh, this origin personage was this character. But I didn't realize she made the portraits. But yeah, when you talk to Andrea, yeah, I love Utomo. I like Andrea too. And when Andrea's like, tell Utomo that, tell him I said hi, because she's into him. And then you go to Utomo, and he's like, oh, that Andrea is always like following me around, but I don't like her coming on to me. At the start of that, I was like, oh man, I think I see where this is going. Because it's like 1990, right? It would be totally ordinary. It would be not at all out of place for a game that is generally humanistic and nice and kind to its characters. To have the joke be that Utomo's a big fat guy, but he doesn't like Andrea because she's fat. Or we go like, haha, not even fat guys want some fat girl. But then you talk to him more, and he's like, no, I have a wife back home, and she's not so skinny like this Andrea. Like, ah, nice. That's a friendlier, kinder, more Ultima appropriate joke to me. So I was very happy that was the way they went with that. Okay. I can't keep going forever tonight because that Sagaloo is it was good. Avatar, they are doing a play about thee. Where? Is this the... Oh, man. Eventually, the further I go, the more it'll come back to me. I know the R one is easy. Royal... Oh. The theater. Well, okay. I should have just put that one together. I should have just realized from context. Ha! The actor for the Avatar just shouting name, that is so good. Okay, brilliant. Wait, can I talk to this person and actually watch a play? You can see the creativity literally flowing in abundance from this fellow. He looks at you with interest. He does look interested. He's doing that thing. What's your name, sir? Raimundo. How you doing, Raimundo? Let me just add you to my thing. Going to call him the director on the assumption that that's what he does. If he tells me otherwise, that's what I was like, there's something very specifically memorable about this to me. And that's, thank you, Theta. Why, I am famous throughout the land. Hast thou not heard of me? I haven't, but... Yeah, it is going kind of fast. And that is a really good point, British. I'll turn it down a little more. I'll keep, every now and then I'll drop 1,000 cycles until it starts sucking. And then we'll call that. Then we'll pop it back up one level. And maybe I'll do the responsible thing and just edit the GOG DOSBox launch settings so we start at the desired cycles. I haven't heard of you, Raimundo. Really? I am surprised, but never mind. I am the director of the Royal Theatre here in Britain. I am also playwright in residence. You really captured my dialogue. I compose a tune now and then as well. Yeah, sorry pal, I haven't been here in 200 years. I'm a little, I like the classics. The old performers of, like, what's his name? Oh, I'm blanking on it now. Maynard? The bard. Anyway. I compose a tune now and then as well. I sometimes act, but it is not wise to act in something that one directs. We are working on a play at the moment. Oh yeah, what's your play about? It's a little something I wrote, titled The Trials of the Avatar. It's about a legendary figure in Britannian history. The artist looks you up and down. Thou dost have a certain quality. Hast thou ever acted on the stage? I can't say that I have. Well, it does not matter. I am sure thou couldst quickly adapt. Officially, auditions have closed, and the play is already cast. However, we need someone to understudy the role of the Avatar. Should we tell him, guys? Wouldst thou like to audition? I'm going to indulge this guy, yeah. Excellent. What thou needs to do is to visit Gay's clothier shop and purchase an Avatar costume. What about this one? I can audition thee once I see thee in proper attire. Run along and do that quickly now. I'm a busy man. Yeah, we'll see, pal. We'll see. Alright. Getting low on time. So let's save the general meeting of most Britannians. Perhaps I've met most of them by now. But I don't know. Britain's a pretty bumpin' place. Not Britannians, British citizens. And let's just let's go find our sovereign. I'm going to assume things are still kind of similar to how they used to be. Hey, pal, sorry. Would love to meet you. Get to know your name. Codex... no. Alright. Oh, K... that's the one that looks like a D, but... Castle Way. Castle Way. Excellent. That's kind of what I assumed this road would be. Man, I love those Cyclops parents. I especially love that I found them before having been assigned a side quest. So just getting to know them, like just finding out their little story. Oh, whoops. Okay. Now it's a farm. What the heck? Okay. How about this sign? Okay. Hold on now. Why don't I look at the map? The map is actually pretty detailed about Britannia. Or Britain. I think I've wound up to the north, huh? North of the castle? Am I interpreting this correct? Yep. Haha. Castle Way. It was not the northward road, it was the east-west road. Hey, Chuckles! You're wary of conversing with that trickster, Chuckles, but decide to anyway. What's your name? You must not say my name, lest I break the rule of the game. I must not say my name. What's the game? Thou must play the game if thou dost want to speak with me. Yeah, I know the game. Then just play it. Of what do we speak? Of what thou wouldst like. Lord British. That did just break the rule of the game, now I'd best learn it. Okay, the game is don't say... When do we eat? Right now, Avatar. Great. This is great jerky. Have some jerky, kid. Not even going to say thank you or comment on its tastiness. And Elo hates jerky. Here, Danielle's home. Oh my god. A gargoyle. And yet, man, you know what? I'm sorry. This is anticlimactic. But it sets us up for a great start next week. Danielle's here. The food is ready. I gotta shut it down. I gotta stop. So hey, productive day. Solved a mystery in pause. Made our way up to Britain. Murdered some dudes. Got enough money to keep on feeding the beast. The beast being our ravenous appetites. Constantly demanding more food. Got some new first-time chatters. It was awesome. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I'll give you a little rundown. On Sundays, so next Sunday, we'll be here playing Ultima VII, The Black Gate. Just a great collection of Ultima emojis you've got going, Galara. It was nice to meet you too. Yeah, so Ultima VII, The Black Gate. Next every Sunday forever for a long time, except actually 2 Sundays hence when I might be out of town. We'll see. Tuesday night, when it works and it doesn't always, me and my buddy Greg play beat 'em ups, and we're playing Neketsu Downtown Special, historical period drama, the lesser known direct sequel to the original River City Ransom or Downtown Neketsu story. And I think we're going to beat that one next time we play it. So if that happens on Tuesday, anyway, on Wednesdays I've been playing Chrono Cross. I'm very, very close to the end. So this week or the next, hopefully, beating Chrono Cross, because I need my Wednesdays back. I was hoping to finish that game before the school year started. It's not interfering with my ability to do my job yet, but it could. And also, I took another job. I took an additional project on that I'm going to have to start doing soon. So hopefully that's come to an end soon, but it's been a lot of fun. Fridays, when the stars align, me and my friends play Gloomhaven. And we're, as far as I know, Marl made a brief appearance in Chrono Cross, as did Chrono, who actually spoke, totally shattering my theory that he is a silent protagonist literally because he is mute, and not just that he is the conventional silent JRPG protagonist whose dialogue is implied. Oh well. Yeah, we play Gloomhaven when it works. I know, British, but I totally think I am now. Yeah, Fridays, Gloomhaven when it works out. As far as I know, the only stream in the Gloomhaven category on Twitch that is pointing a camera at a board game instead of playing the Steam version. On Saturdays right now, I've been doing the Adventures of Lolo, but possibly next Saturday or sometime soon, I'm going to start doing a bit of Lolo and then a bit of Live Alive Remastered. Because I love Live Alive. Haven't played it in many years. There's a cool looking remaster out. I'm going to check it out right here. And then, like I said, Sundays. Back here, playing Ultima VII, which I'm loving so far. And I think we're just going to carry on and deal with the mechanical shortcomings and the frustrating food system and stuff of classic Ultima VII. Although hopefully I can get the better sound card emulation going and improve the sound. Okay, awesome. If you stuck around to the end, thank you for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice, but I'm glad you came. So thank you. And until the next time, that we've all wandered up the same road into the same courtyard, about to meet Lord British. Take care of yourselves, and be kind to everyone you meet.